And then I joined, and I became a journeyman, and then became a master craftsman, and I had a lot of training. I wasted a lot of that training. Now I look back on it, all medallions, all that stuff, even plastering, which, that's a real old trade, huh? You don't see much of that anymore. But we were going in and rebuilding, big places like in Hyde Park, New York. There were mansions and stuff like that, and they wanted plaster, and they wanted the medallions rebuilt or even formed, fully, newly formed, so you had to make the cast and everything. So yeah, that was when I joined the union, and you were making, but again, I don't know what it would be now, but back then, a journeyman I think was $14.99. I think a master craftsman was making $19, but that was a lot of money then. So God knows what somebody like that would be making now, Rich. KC2CWM N2VJ.
Okay, you get the numbers right. It sounds about right. In the 80s, 14, those are right numbers. Because let me tell you, I take my check home, I give it to my wife, I sign it, boom, 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 boom. I keep getting raises, and then the benefits change. It's like you gotta be a lawyer to figure half of the shit out. I'm telling you, and. But, yeah, we get a good scale. And that's really why I stuck with it. That's really, I would have loved to do what you did, because now you already accomplished what I accomplished, but then you went further and became an engineer. And, that is awesome. That is awesome. I think that's, we're just down here on the island trying to survive. That's pretty much it, and depends on the person. I have so many hobbies at home. I own two homes. I have this house, I own another home, so that's a little bit of a burden. And I have hobbies and my dream. So where is my extra time to do like what you did? I just didn't have it.
Well, let me clarify. I call myself an engineer, and I'm blessed to be able to work as an engineer. On paper, I'm not. On paper, I'm a high school dropout, Rich. So, and the only reason I'm even in this field now, of course, loving it is one thing, but was because of the Timtrons and the Bernie Wises and the Sinans. These are all guys that, took me under their wing and educated me and, said, okay, I'll give you a chance here, So I got lucky. I got blessed with a lot of people who helped me. And then even more blessed with opportunities just falling into my lap. That's actually how I started this business. I was working for a transmitter company, and I was in South Korea, building shortwave transmitters, a shortwave site in the transmitters. Because of some issues, they had to be built on site. The actual transmitters had to be constructed on site. In the middle of that, the company I was working for closed down. Just locked their doors, and that's it. Shut everything down. Everybody was gone. And so just by the fact that I was in South Korea and picked up and had that job and then finished that job, and they started taking over and paid me for that, then they gave me the job to go through all their shore stations for their Navy and rebuilding the antenna systems and rebuilding those transmitters. And then from there, all this other work started coming in, all this defense contracting work, like testing the secondary IF, doing the down converters for they have heritage aircraft, F-16s. They use American heritage aircraft, and so, and the people that I was doing it for, the Ministry of Defense, worked with the United States to help me get my cage code and get me registered with the DTTC, and that's a lot of money to go through all those background checks. Well, they footed that bill for me. So, you see how it worked out? I just got lucky. It was, because probably I would never have done all that on my own. And I'd still be a painter if I didn't have Tim, who really got me my first job. So that's the key thing that can't be left out. I just had a lot of guys that helped me, and a lot of opportunities that just fell into my lap. KC2CWM and 2VJ.
Wow, that's awesome. That is, I mean, you got a footprint. You created a footprint for yourself, and you should be proud of it. That is awesome, man. That is, man. That's like, that's almost like saying, okay, I'm gonna go into music, like you said earlier, and you become maybe not a real big star, but you become a footprint, in music. And that is awesome, man. God bless you. That's great. You should be a proud person.
Nah, I'm just happy. I'm just blessed I've got such a good life, compared to what it was and all the decisions that I made. I'm pretty lucky. Hey, you know what? Being a stonemason's pretty hard. Like I said, I was a mason's late. You guys are something else too. I just remembered something. So my family's Italian. My mom's Irish, but I grew up as an Italian, and so I speak Napolitan, well enough.
It's you know what? It's, believe it or not, it's some sounds. You listen to the block, you listen to it, because you can almost tell by the sound of it when it's going to break. So you score it with the hammer, both sides. You keep going around, and then it's like, that's it. You can tell by the sound that it's about to go, and you're done. And it's pretty much, but now, let me stick a kicker in the whole scenario of design of the block, is they're making 2 foot block, okay? You're talking about 16-inch block. From the age and the time that you were working, it was either 16-inch block or 18-inch block. But now they have 2-footers. And they're thinking of going even bigger. But 2-footers, you cannot do that with. Oh my God, you do that, they just break wherever the hell they want. Because the core, the center core, if you look at it, looking at it straight down, those little circular cores, not that they're little, but, well, it depends on the size. You get 90% block, 90% solid block back then. Those were hard to cut with a hammer. And then you had the 75% solid. But what I'm saying is, like a new block, if you're 2 foot and you try to do that, you can't. So everything, pretty much by most construction standards nowadays, is all saw cut. We're not allowed to use a hammer. We're not allowed to use a hammer. They have to, all those cuts have to go run back to the saw and get cut with the wet saw for dust standards and just the way things are. It slows the process down, and yeah, it's annoying. Let me tell you, that's one of the reasons why I hate the trade. I'm really starting to hate it. Between the safety, saw cuts, no more dry cuts. We used to do a lot of dry cuts. Throw a mask on, dry cuts a lot faster, and it goes down with the way the OSHA standards are going. It's really bad.
Yeah, that's what happens, though. Boy, you're telling me, boy, the sound. I guess I was never able to pick up on that. And the funny thing was that, so basically, if the guy was on the scaffold, some of the guys would do it on a scaffold, but it's hard because, maybe you can get a clean break if you put it on another block, but, the wood gives. You see where I'm going? Maybe there's still because I saw them do it on the scaffold, so maybe back then, they would still develop the force right if you knew what you were doing. So the laborer did that too. Gustav, he was another Italian guy from the town my father was from, Caserta. So they would just send down the measurement and boom, 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 and boom, 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 and you know, over a little period of time, and then bam, it would do a beautiful clean break. You know, something else too. Now I know I'm not stronger than I was when I was in my 20s, but I swear that cinder blocks now are a lot lighter than they were back then. Have they changed the material? Am I right about that? Because there's no way that I'm stronger now than I was then. I was in good shape when I was then. I'm an old man now, so you know, and I don't do anything. I'm, you know, nothing that physical. So has the material changed and now the blocks can be lighter, like 16s and 18s? It seems like it to me, anyways. KC2CWM and 2VJ.
Well, yes, you're correct. 100% correct. That's, depends on, now, listen, the blocks have fire ratings, too. So now you have a fire rating on 6-inch block, 8-inch block, blah, 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 blah. Now, the higher the fire rating goes up, the more dense it is, okay? So, yeah, I know what you're saying, because listen, they call them waylights. When you pick up a waylight block, 8-inch. So yes, you are correct. It all depends on, you know, what you're, you know, lifting up, you know, at the time. But yeah, but years ago it was always just a heavy. It was always just they were just heavy. Now they came out with, and they do this with at the aggregate in the mix, okay. And picture this: if you ever seen an old building where they call them cinder blocks, okay? Cinder blocks are charcoal. They was charcoal, for, like, I guess they burned wood or whatever, and it was just charcoal mixed in with the aggregate and the concrete, but the blocks were very dark in color, almost black. Those things, and they use them, the city is loaded with them. But to demo, if you go to a job and you got to demo that, oh my God, you if you're gonna saw cut it or just chop it with a chipping gun or whatever, but you are black. It's like charcoal, real charcoal, and that's what made those blocks. Those blocks are fairly light. That's like the old version of what we call waylights today. So you're 100% right. You know, and if I was doing my own project, I'm going to use the heavy ones. No, honestly, I would, you know, if it was my house or whatever I'm doing, the heavy ones are much better. But everything... Cell of that block that's filled solid with rebar, number 5, typically 5/8 rebar, up that cell, filled solid with grout, not mortar, it's grout, which is Portland, not your typical mortar mix, which you remember back in your days. It would have been Portland and lime and sand. So yeah, there's a lot involved nowadays. There really is. But you know what? If you stayed where you were when you started out, you definitely would have made a living. You know, if you hung in there, you know, and you had a good chance you would have been retired by now. A little beat up, but retired.
Yeah, you know.
Huh, that was weird. My inbox wasn't coming up. So I got an update on Clark. I just talked to him on the phone. Let's see. Yeah, dude, older women is where it's at. You're 22. You don't hear my mic? It seems to be working in OBS. Yeah, okay, hold on. So you can't hear me right now? Okay, yeah. I know you hear me. Dude, yeah, you don't want to mess around with chicks your age, man. 21, 22. Nah, you got the right idea. Oh, dude, and she's black? But oh man, that's that's something I always wanted to try, man. What the hell? Nick, you shouldn't hear the SDR at all right now. You should just hear my voice. But you might be lagging like a full minute behind. Anyway, I just talked to Clark on the phone, and he's been out of power since Tuesday, and both his antennas fell down. So that's why Clark's not on the air. So in case y'all were wondering, it'll probably be a little bit before we hear Clark. So uh, for now, we got this boring ass. I mean, I've been listening for 2 hours to these guys, right? They were talking about the music industry, which I was in for years, more than a decade. A lot to say about that. It was just so dry. I just didn't even feel like keying up. Now they're talking about being in the union. I'm in the union. I have a lot to say about that. It is just so dry. I don't feel like keying up. I've had all my radios on for like 2.5 hours. I haven't keyed up yet. I need guys like Clark, some interesting people. I mean, I don't know. This is
So many feet away.
I don't know what to say.
So yeah, there's a lot of regulations, but I'm trying to figure out what the heck you're talking about. Maybe I'll understand if you go over again and mention that. But that's I don't know what. Have no idea.
Oh.
Sorry, I jumped on you, Rich. So, okay.
Hey, KA7TUR. Thanks for the follow, man. Sorry about the boring content tonight. We got like geezer radio going on right now. All right, Nick. Yeah, I think you just have like a crazy ass delay. Enjoy dinner. I'll tell Clark you said hi next time I talk to him. And yeah, look for there were a few VE sessions up there. Stroudsburg on the 11th, I think it was. So you want to go for a little drive. It's probably not that far for you. There's definitely a couple VE sessions in the next few days. So enjoy dinner, man. I sent Dave a text. He never texted me back. He's probably doing something, like his family and everything comes over on the weekend, so he's probably hanging out with them. Increase mic gain on a Windows PC. What, you have your mic plugged straight into your sound card there? I think you can just go up to settings or whatever. What the hell do they call it? Yeah, sound settings in your control panel there. Windows 10? Yeah, just go to like sound settings, or go up to your little magnifying glass search thing and just type sound settings. It should come right up. Let's see, I'll try it. Yeah, sound settings under system settings. I don't know what kind of mic you're using. If it's something like other than like a computer mic that's meant to just plug straight in your sound card, you might need a preamp or something like that. Is it a mic like this? Oh, on your end? Yeah, I don't know, man. Might need some type of preamp. Oh, a USB mic? I mean, I have no idea, man. There's so many variables. I mean, this setup I'm talking through is a little complicated. I have mic gain adjustments. See that box on the way tippy top? up there. Oh shit, that thing. Oh, it's in focus. Focus. That thing right there. That's. Hello, hello. You see the light turning red every once in a while. That's what I'm using as a sound card for this mic to go into my computer over here. Whoa, dirty lens. So I don't know. There's so many things it could be.
They'll actually, the machine rips up the old road, okay? The machine will just rip up the old blacktop, put it into a machine you mentioned, mix it with new blacktop, mix it together, and lay it as it's riding down the road. So essentially, it picks up an old road and puts down a new road in front of it.
Somebody's tuning up on 3873. Let's see. We're calling somebody specific.
Can't just, back in the day, we wore, those white dust masks, right, that you squeeze. You see people wearing them now for the COVID thing. Well, that's all you wore, and you still...
Man. Oh, official Donkey Punch TV. What is that? DP. There used to be a music production software we had called Digital Performer, and nobody called it. They called it DP, Donkey Puncher, Double Penetration. DP's got some funny phonetics. I gotta check out your page there. Let's see what. Vidges. Oh, you got no videos up there. Oh well. Guys, I'm bored, man. There is nobody cool to talk to out here. I mean, these guys are cool, I guess, but putting me to sleep.
Wrong direction where I don't want to deal with it no more. It's not like the old days were really good, and now it's crazy. And it's a good thing that all these companies and all these big businesses, the owners of the companies, they have to price for that. Because, obviously...
I'm listening on 3885.
They're the ones that supply all the safety equipment. So...
C2HPR, N2CGF calling.
Fine, compared to the old days. So there's really a lot of adjustment that's been going on in the last couple of years.
What's up, Jimmy? I'm sorry, Jimmy.
It's annoying. And the biggest annoyance is the people who are taking up, the GCs. You're on the job and they catch you doing something they don't like. The safety guys, they could drive you out of your freaking mind. Oh my God, because sometimes you're in restricted space or something that's gonna make you take your lanyard off or make you do something that if they walk by and they're just going to be, oh no, you can't do that. So you get a lot of that. That's the other very...
I'm about to I don't know, do FT8 or something. This is a snooze fest.
On the ladder or whatever I'm doing, if I don't feel comfortable, well, guess what? Yeah, it's probably not safe. You're 100% right. But if I feel comfortable, I think, I'm okay. But they don't They're not allowed to look at it that way. So it's really annoying.
You know, it's like that in engineering too. A lot of my work is, I do, not so much lately, but I did a lot of tower work. Now probably, you know, if on my contract work, it might be 25%, maybe even not that much, because I'm getting old and fat, huh? But, so, now, if there's a heavy sort of, like, union presence or a heavy OSHA presence, you used to be, you know, you'd have a harness and, you know, you have a chest hook and you're climbing and, you know, you just throw that chest hook on and you just rest for a second. Now, as you're going up the tower, you always have to have 3 connections if it's a real strict job. That's, you know, if it's a real super by the book job. Buddy, that is tiring when you're climbing a big tower, you know, constantly rearranging all that stuff and working your way up. That'll exhaust you. You know, by the time you're up at the top of the tower, you're just tired already from all the finagling and the fall suppressor, then the lanyard, then the other lanyard, and then going up, fall suppressor, lanyard, other lanyard, going up. You know, where before you could just, you snap on the chest hook and you just lean back and you take a breather and then up you go some more. So, and now, you're lucky if, I'm having a hard time, because I got to replace my harness. I'm having a hard time finding, like, ExoFit doesn't sell one that has a thing for a chest hook, has a, you know, a carabiner in place for, not a carabiner, a D thing in place for a chest hook. You know, they've got everything else, but no chest hook. And I wonder if that has to do with, you know, what happened with the OSHA. Maybe somehow OSHA said that's it, you know, guys are just using their chest hook to tie in and relax, and that's not what we want. We want 3 points of connection at all times. So, you know, I don't know if that's it. For something like being a tower guy, it's gotten really, really strict and tight, boy. A lot of rules that, you know, before you weren't bothered by that kind of stuff. Yeah, okay, there were rules, but it wasn't like it is now, huh? KC2CMN from N2VJ.
And I can sympathize.
There's Bill. Bill's really big on the safety. This guy is the safety is the most safe electrician I ever seen on a job. Until he gets caught and yelled at, but it makes him tired. And just like we mentioned, yeah, going up the tower, all that tie points is tiring by the time you get up. But you know what? I mean, it's okay, I guess, but man, oh man. You know, I think they're trying to do the right thing, but you know, it's just been there, done that, and I'm just old school, and I'm getting like really, you know, maybe I don't want to change, and I'm arguing the point quite often, but it's what we got to do. I'm off to the, I'm going to run to the fridge. Pick it up with Bill. I think that was Bill. Billy the Kid. KC2CWM.
Yeah, hey guys. You hear me all right? I'm running like super low power.
I hear you well enough to hear the individual slapbacks of your echo.
Oh yeah. Got echo in there. I don't bypass that. See, when I power cycle that audio processor, it comes out of bypass. So there we go. Yeah, no, I've been listening to you guys for like over 2 hours. I was in the music industry for over 10 years. Now I'm in a union. I'm an electrician, but I had to key up when you started talking about the safety. I come home with lower back pain every day because of all these tethers and tie points and crap that you've got to have inside the scissor lift. OSHA says that the fall protection, the railing around it is enough fall protection. You don't need to tie off, but all these, you know, customers that we work for want all this extra crap, so you're running, you know, like 4-inch conduit and lifting that stuff over your head, and you get the tether stuff, these yo-yos, they retractable things they make you wear, pulling on you in weird ways. We have to, every single tool that we bring up into the lift has to be tethered to our body. So you got like 6 or 8 of these things getting caught on everything, and they're pulling on you in weird ways while you're lifting this crap up. And it's like I've gotten hurt so many times because of the safety stuff, like the over-the-top overkill, like beyond OSHA times 10 safety crap we got to do, you know, to make these people happy, to let us come work there. You know, putting up, they think that we are so dumb that we can't even walk around without getting hurt. So, like, anywhere we're going to be, we have to, like, have all these cones and crap around us and this and that. My foreman, he was doing something, and he tripped over one of these cones and busted his, you know what, real bad. It's like, it's just stupid. Like, it makes it awkward for the worker, the amount of like safety things. I'm tripping over stuff, tripping over these lanyards and this and that, and like it's just so much more of a hazard than it would be if they would just trust us to come in as professionals, perform work in a safe manner that we're trained to do, that's like up to OSHA spec or whatever. But no, like they literally have so much safety going on. Like they seriously must think that we are like absolute idiots, completely inept and incapable of doing anything without getting hurt. And it's ridiculous. And it's, I guess it's what you're talking about. But it's been, even in the 6 years I've been doing, you know, electrical work in the union, it's gotten worse since my first year. W2BTK.
Yeah, you know, Billy, maybe, you know, it's for the GC, the liability issues, because you know how what happens in a lawsuit like that, everybody around, even remotely associated, gets named in the lawsuit, even if you know, you just happen to walk through and use the bathroom or something, somehow you're involved in the lawsuit, right? So, yeah, I guess I get it, but I get frustrated too with some of it. You know, some of it I understand. But, yeah, you know, there's a lot of things that seem like they're, you know, back in the old days in the military, you'd call it chicken shit. That kind of, you know, meaningless martinet approach to things. But I get it, you know, and I'm getting old, so maybe that's part of it too. You know, it was sort of an old way of doing things, and now it's a newfangled way. And boy, you're right about that. I get back pain from the harness too. That's weird. I got an ExoFit, you know, and it probably weighs about 30 pounds with everything on it. And after a while of that, because you don't, even when you're on the ground, you know, you don't stand normally when you're strapped in. There's like different tension now being put in different, where normally there wouldn't be tension on your body. So I find myself standing in a different way. So even my legs hurt a little bit. And of course, when you're on a tower, if it's, you know, your typical slanted lattice, that standing like that is real bad on your ankles. You know, it's you don't have a lot of loiter time before you're really feeling tired, and it's even worse if it's cold because your muscles are really stiff. And I've a few times had the pleasure of having a you know, a man lift type thing. Boy, that was, in some ways that was nice, Billy, but in some ways it felt weird because towers move, but it's not like the man lift, you know, because you got this swing moment going on and then this twist moment, and that can be, you know, for a tower guy, that gets a little distracting. You're not used to having all that swing moment taking place at the same time, where you do have some swing moment, and, you know, if you're on a real big tower, you know, until you get, it's like getting your sea legs. If you're on a real tall one, there's a lot of movement there that you can't detect, but your inner ear detects it. And so you start feeling a little nauseous, just a little bit of, just a touch of a quease going on until you become accustomed to it in your career. But with a man basket, if you know, they don't generally go up higher than like 15 miles an hour wind. But even that's in Indiana, you know, that's pretty normal to have that going on. And so there's this added little bit of swing moment that gets distracted for me. You're probably used to it though, Billy. Hey, buddy, you know, I just noticed it's 7:15. I've been building this thing for my wife. I want to get it inside before she comes home. It's a surprise. I want to have it all done. And in the kitchen, it's a big microwave cabinet kind of thing, so I gotta trek it 300 feet up to my house, buddy. The problem is I've been playing ham radio just about as much as I've been working on this thing. So I'm gonna let you go, buddy, and if Rich doesn't make it back, tell him I said it was great talking to him. I'll see you later. W2BTK and 2VJ, I'll listen out.
Yeah, okay, I'm back. N2VJ, go ahead, dude. Present the present. Sounds good. So you're a woodworker too. Man, you do everything. See? You're like me. Very good. Good chatting with you. My dinner's about ready too also, but I can hang in for a little while. I'll talk to Billy, see what he's got going on, but carry on.
Yeah, all right. We'll catch you later. Interesting conversations this afternoon. I've been listening for a while. But here's a quick one before you go. They're afraid we're going to drop our screwdrivers out of the scissor lift, right? So we have to use this stretchy, like it's almost like high voltage splicing tape, this rated tape to tape like an anchor point on our screwdriver and then tether it to our body. Now imagine that. You know, you're turning the damn thing and it just gets more and more intertwined in the tether until you have to stop and untangle it. And then, you can continue. You know how many times a day I drop my screwdriver now because of all this tethers? It's just stupidity. Anyway, N2VJ, W2BTK. I'll catch you later.
That was a double. There was a little bit of doubling going on, Billy, with you, but yeah, imagine that. Yeah, that's like me trying to uncord my... Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, that's got to be annoying. That damn thing's going to get twisted up like a friggin' pretzel. Oh. That is, yeah, see... to me, that's a little overdone.
Yeah, it's, I feel like the people that come up with all these great safety ideas, they've never done work. They don't understand how the work gets done, and they think it's a great idea, and it probably looks good on paper for an insurance auditor or whoever the hell looks at that stuff. But as far as being out in the field and having to jump through those hoops, it's making it less safe for me because I can't focus on what the hell I'm doing while I'm trying to untangle myself from all this crap that I gotta have.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I think I mentioned once. Yeah, the same. Yeah, this when you got a full body harness on, okay, and then you step out of the machine and you take your lanyard and you hook it on the little hook. We spoke about this before. It's on your chest in the front of you now, and then for whatever reason you bend down. The heel of your foot catches the hardest, and then you try to stand up. Now you're locked. It just surprises the shit out of you because you bend over at least once, and you have to step on the line because it's long, right? And it's already hooked on your chest, and it's restricting yourself from standing up again. Because I do that quite often, and I'm like, fuck, the thing, it just annoys me. It's going to pull my back out one day doing that.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time. When we're running rather large EMT right now, these 4-inch pipe runs and stuff, and you lift one of those suckers up, and then you step on your tether, and it pulls on you in a weird effed up way. You know how much more likely you are to drop that piece of conduit down 30 feet, with that kind of stupid crap going on that you got to worry about? It's just ridiculous, It totally makes it less safe, right? But, like I said, and you're right, I step on that damn thing all the time. It's just... it sucks. It's infuriating when you're trying to do something and you just have to be so much more alert than you would have to be. Like, you can't focus on what you're doing. You're constantly distracted by all this safety crap that you got to watch out for, or else it's going to hurt you. Or it's going to hurt somebody else, you know? It's just awkward, and, like, it's bad news, man. But, you know, the people that come up with all these bright ideas, they don't do the work, they don't understand how the work gets done, and I guess it looks good on paper.
W2WNY, good evening.
I think Rich, my neighbor, right on the corner, there was a couple of stations in there, Billy, so I don't know, you know, let me, I'm going to stand by myself, KC2, CWM, and see, I don't know, there was like at least 3 break-ins, I think. It could have been that much, yes. So let me, let's hear him. I know my neighbor Rich, I think it's Rich, right on the corner, and somebody else.
Okay, yeah, it's me, Rich. How you doing? Let me go around and ask how you did in the storm. Pass over to the other braking stations.
Whiskey 7 Zulu Alpha Romeo, W7ZAR, over here in Massachusetts, remote, over.
Hey, good evening, guys. Everyone's got a good signal here in New Jersey, W2BTK.
Okay, it sounds like everybody's hearing everybody. But go ahead. How did you make out with the storm in Islip there? Man, geez, I tell you what. I'm guessing you were without power for a while. There's a good chance you must have had some outage, because I did. 2.5 days. Just got it back last evening. About this time. Yeah, it was about this time. So yeah, it was full, you know, almost 3 days. Yeah, what a mess.
Okay, well, our power was out. We got it back at 11 o'clock that night. That's good news. We lost a big, huge, like 20-inch limb on a tree. Went through the shed on my roof. I got to get that removed. 3 in the front yard is gone. 2 trees in the backyard are gone. There was a gust of wind that went through the neighborhood and really ripped things up. And I'll turn it over to the station in New England.
Who was the 7 call out in one land?
All right, so it sounds like Billy the Kid's hearing you too, Rich. So yeah, me and Rich, us Long Islanders down here, Bill, are really close. I mean, I don't think we're more than 2 miles. So you might be hearing us about the same, so that's good. Billy's hearing us, but New England station, you know, I should have wrote down the call, but you know, I'm a little slow, so. But yep, that's the way it is right now. Go ahead. So yeah, myself, I had a tree come down, Rich, I think on the opposite side of the wires, but it went down across the street, so it blocked the street. Really isn't my property, that's town, but that happened. I lost a tree in the backyard, but I just had twigs and leaves and twigs. I can't tell you how. It took me 10 hours to clean up the yard. So, and I was without power, so I was running generator, and it was annoying getting the gas. At least I probably burned 20 gallons. Yeah, about 20 gallons of fuel with the generators. And then it came on last night. You're a little bit later than... So I'm happy. I lost both leads of my antenna on this antenna that I'm on. I strung them back up a little differently. Just as basically wire in the air. That's really all it is. It's a little bent here, a little bent there, and it's wire in the air with my tuner. So 160 meter dipole is really what it is, but it's just bent, you know, because my property's not big enough, so it's not real happy, but you know, I think it works.
Oh, that's interesting. You know, yeah, we took a ride down to the marina over there, you know, the one down the road from here. And I'll tell you, there was more damage here, you know, south of Town Hall than there was over where you were.
Yeah, it was blowing. I was out there. I came home from work, you know, I think that day I worked till about, because I was going on vacation. I hadn't been on vacation, you know. I'm over sorry I didn't go to work. But no, someone had to be here. You know, I had to feed the generator, keep my wife happy. But, you know, it was a mess. It was a pain. It was a real pain in the neck because I had other plans that I couldn't do. Didn't want to leave this QTH to go. I was supposed to go up to PA, Pennsylvania, but I couldn't leave until power came on. Now power came on. The problem is now my real vacation starts because I'm supposed to take the boat over to Fire Island and spend 2 days. I'm leaving tomorrow. So I couldn't get up to PA between all of this. That was my plan. So it's and I tell you what, I never bent over so much in my life picking up all those limbs on my lawn. I got a workout. I gotta tell you, it was a workout.
One comment, something, see if you notice it too. An awful lot of the trees around this week in ice, you know, the last day or so, there's a lot of broken leaves and a lot of dead leaves. It starts to look like the fall for us. But when you look at the amount of them, they're all turning brown because they're dead.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot of dead limbs up there. You know, I got a few in my yard. You know, I know there's branches caught up in others, intertwined and caught up in trees, you know. So, you know, it's like it never goes away. But you know what? After all that winter, I always said this too. It really hasn't come true. And I'm like, okay, that's a good windstorm. You know, the next, you know, it's going to be a little less leaves, a little less twigs. But it's like these trees just keep going, you know. They just keep going, you know. I thought, but no, I'm in bad shape here now. These are pretty unhealthy trees, and I was really worried that I was going to get one on the house. I really was. It was really, I stood out there and saying, 70-mile-an-hour winds, I think they said. I don't know what the total number was, but it was nasty. And no rain. We really didn't get a lot of rain. But it was all wind.
That's true. Right. Turn over to W2BTK, W2WNY.
WA2WNY, W2BTK. Yeah, we got lucky over here. Just a couple of small branches came down. Antenna stayed up. Power stayed on. I lost power, what was that, Thursday night for about, I don't know, 10 minutes or so. They were probably doing a changeover or something like that, but real short outage. So, you know, I'm lucky. I knock on wood. I'm a branch off of there's a real heavy line that comes up the mountain here, and it feeds, you know, my neighbor behind me who's got, you know, a pretty big operation. He's commercial, 3-phase 480 transformer there, and he steps it down and stuff. And off of that, I have my own transformer that feeds the house, and that heavy line stops there at my neighbor's house, and then they just take one leg of that and feed like all the other houses around here. So none of them had power, but I stayed up. I guess I'm just on like a heavier branch, so that's good. But yeah, not much damage at all. Tons of water. I got a little water in the basement. it found its way down through the conduit that goes out to my well pump. Just the sheer volume. So that was really about it here. I'm wondering what happened to that other station, W2VW. He said he was in Massachusetts. He checked in, so... Excuse me, I don't know if he's still listening, but I was hearing him real well, so I guess let's see if he's out there, if he wants to jump in there. This is W2BTK.
W2BTK, W7VAR. Yeah, I'm out here. Just making sure you are able to hear me out there. I'm not sure how well I'm getting out there, over. Just let me know. I don't know if you all can hear me, or if that's too much mic gain, if I should lower it down, or what, over.
Oh, well, I hear you just fine here. You get a strong signal. I don't have an S meter on this rig, but your SNR is about 50 dB, so you're 50 dB above the noise level. Very comfortable here. So I'm hearing you well. I don't know about the others.
Yeah, I heard you much better that time. The band has gotten a little better at the moment. There is static out there. KC2 CWM, but yeah, go ahead. How'd you make out up there in New England as far as the storm?
Is this thing on?
Hey, Dave.
Most certainly it is. It's going on. I'm good.
Hello.
It's making local contact sound so weird. I thought that was the radio.
Dave, you have a very impressive signal here.
Do I don't know. I'm looking at all my parameters here. Everything is, every control here that's involved with this thing is off to some degree, like every single one. But thank you for the signal report. Fine business. You're coming in well. Although static is pretty high, but I hear you fine. W2 very weak, and I'm not paying attention to the existing conversation. I'm probably going to change the subject.
Oh, you fit right in.
Adirondacks, W2JBL.
Yeah, check that guy out.
There's Chris. Okay, Chris, go ahead, man. You're sounding good. KC2 CWM.
Yeah, hey, Rich and Dave and Bill. Good signals up here into the North Country tonight. W2JBL Portable 2 at Old Forge, New York. Man, I've been just sitting here listening for, seems like hours. First you and Jamie, and then Jamie was talking to that guy Chris up in New Hampshire, who I haven't met yet. Just nice QSOs all late afternoon, early evening. Finally moved to turn this thing on. It's gorgeous up here again today. It was in the 70s and sunny, no humidity. It's just beautiful. And the road to my camp is in. It's not finished, but it's in. And came out very nice. Richie, you were talking to Jamie before about crushed stone. I got 400 feet of item 4 put in coming up the mountain. That's what we used at the cell sites, crushed granite. Once that stuff's packed in, it's like pavement.
Yeah, it's quite a process, For the guys that produce that, they typically, all those guys, they're either running sand, they'll do sand, they'll do crushed concrete. That's their business. They run plants like
Crushed XY1.
And
there's a guy got away with that.
I don't think he's into crushed concrete, but he's into sand. He does, here on the alley, he does sand. He owns a sand pit, so, and he has buyers, and it's, but you know what, those things do run out. It's like you buy that property, you think about it, you buy all this acreage, and you keep digging. Sooner or later, they do run out, so, But yeah, my boys, they're into everything. You name it, they're into it. So, well, at least they keep me working. But that's the story here.
Yeah, well, it's I've built a lot of transmitter sites or co-located at cell sites under construction, and we used item 4 for most of them. And of course, granite stuff works great once it's compacted. It doesn't wash out. So that's what I requested to put the road in here. I guess you know the story. My camp up here is landlocked. You can't get a vehicle up to it, so I have to have a cable car to get my stuff up here, and it's just I couldn't deal with it anymore, and I was able to do it, so I did it. Hopefully I will have the first vehicle up here at my camp since the forest fire in the 1920s, when a state trooper drove a motorcycle up here, God knows how, got up here on a motorcycle and drug a fire break trench around the camps and saved them. This is historic stuff, man. It's 3 generations of my family, or 2 generations of my family are probably flipping over in their graves at the sight of the road coming up here.
Hey, Dave.
That's great, Chris, that you're able to modernize and make it easy. W2 very weak. Yes, Billy.
Can I have a quick S-meter reading just for a relative measurement? I'm going to change some stuff.
Well, I could probably do that for you. Say something.
Okay. What? I'm running the Viking right now. Reduced voltage on the primary of the plate supply.
All right. That's ready for you. And so whatever delta you got going, I'll be ready for that too.
Okay, good. Continue. Did you find Jimmy Hoffa in all of this?
We didn't find Jimmy Hoffa when we dug up the side of the mountain.
I once met Jimmy Hoffa Jr. in a parking lot.
I'm pretty sure
That 4x1 project in my shop. Now that I will be able, and probably tomorrow it'll be finished, I'll be able to drive a vehicle up here. Now I can start bringing the big iron up here. And that's where the 4x1 is going to end up.
Well, that's pretty neat. All depending on, there's so many different ways to go with something like that. I guess you're going to use it as a final for what you have now. Yeah, that'll work. Well, whenever I see a 41000 these days, I think about the fact that they play so well at 5500 volts. But you need another 41000 next to it so you can get reasonably low enough plate impedance values so things don't look funny. They just look funny when there's only one.
Well, I don't think I'm going to be capable of 5,500 volts, but I am contemplating, and it was at your suggestion, plate modulating the thing. The only thing is I'm going to have to, I guess I could use the mod iron I got from you, but that limits me to what the power of, the other transmitter is at, as far as I can tell. That's the biggest piece of mod iron I got, but I am seriously considering it. And probably with a pair of 3.500s or 4.400s for modulators.
Yeah, speaking of plate modulation, man, my parameters are all whacked out here. I hope this thing sounds all right. Last time I was on, I was doing a proof of performance test, and I had everything set for flat. Yeah, you plate modulate it, that's a whole lot better. But they still like a lot of voltage. The thing with the linear, when you use a 4-1000 as a linear amp where you tie the control grid and the screen grid together and cathode drive it, that's all very well and fine for 1200 watts out, which was the legal limit back when that was first in vogue, but when you go much more than that, especially without a lot of plate voltage, you start over dissipating the control grid, G1. It really helps to have a few negative volts on it. And then you start getting into, well, why not make it tetrode DC, and put a few hundred volts on the screen and, minus 30, 40, 50 on the control grid, depending on what you need. And then cathode drive it. And then the tube really starts to work, and you're not beating the crap out of it. There's so many 41000s that were beaten the living death by people that just didn't understand how to build a plate supply.
Probably a lot of YC156s out there with the same problem.
Swamped. Indeed. Neutralizing, and I'm leaning heavily in that direction. And then I'll have the option. I'll have to drive the pants off of it to get it into Class C, but I'm contemplating that as a linear and then still being able to plate modulate it because it's grid driven.
Yeah, you could do that, but if you plate modulate it, it'll work so much better. I had the very same RF deck that I got. I wanted this RF deck. Mike N4FS, who's up the road a piece, had it. And he didn't want to sell it to me unless I would clean some other crap out of his basement. So I ended up with a bunch of stuff, and also the BC610F that I had for a while. You might remember that thing. Anyway, it was built as a plate modulated amp, and somebody modified it to cathode driven, and I put it back to plate modulated and ran that on the air. Oh man, that's 25 years ago now. Time flies. But same deck, same tube, same everything, and changing it from a linear amplifier to Class C, ran it way in the grid current. I was running 38 mils of grid current on it. What a difference.
Yeah, so I'm leaning in that direction. What the hell was it? Where was I going? Oh, yeah, with the Johnson kilowatt. I don't know if I told you, I've arrived at a comfortable set of parameters to get a kilowatt out of the thing. Very comfortably get a kilowatt out of the thing with no arcing and farking or anything like that. It was all... Did I tell you this? Before I go through the whole thing, my glitch resistor that I thought was 1 ohm was 10 ohms. And let's have some voltage drop.
No, you didn't tell me that. Very interesting. So, you have no more Zorching.
Yeah, if I keep it at like 2300 volts, everything's fine. Well, what happened was when I rebuilt the power supply, I like to stick a glitch resistor in there, usually like 1 ohm, something like that, just in case something really bad happens on the other side of the power supply. Well, looked like I had a 10 ohm wire wound there. I just kept noticing this effect. Every time I changed the loading or dipped the plate current,
W2BTK.
change a lot. Constantly readjusting the power supply, which is easy because I have an external supply with a pop right on the front panel. And I just couldn't figure it out. Oh, okay.
Yo, Andy, man, the VIP for a day. Yo, good for you, bud.
Lead it out 2IX style.
I love it.
I got very good voltage regulation, and the thing is like really happy with kilowatt.
So, are you saying that changed your searching problem from a problem to not a problem?
In a way, yes, because I couldn't run that power without the thing really acting up before. And I'm going to clarify that, actually. In order to do that before, coming load testing, I would have to to get that power. I'd have to run it up to 2,500 volts, and it was not happy. It would zorch over. So the C1, the plate tank cap arcs over. But at the lower voltage, it didn't do it. Well, with that glitch resistor out of the picture, running at 250, 2,300, and get a kilowatt out of it, and it doesn't zorch. It's perfectly happy.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. Well, we'll see how that works out. Time will be the true I run my kilowatt up to 3,300 volts, but usually don't hit it that hard. When I use it as a linear for SSB, I did that. On AM, it's like, you don't really need to do that, and it's not in line with the designed plate load. So, we're looking at second harmonic. We've got a spectrum analyzer piped right into the thing, and it doesn't cause any problems there. But still, what's the point of pushing everything to the limit? My glitch resistor is the high impedance winding in my old Thorderson plate transformer, along with the choke, swinging choke that I'm using, which is screaming for mercy at 600 mils. It's designed for 500. That's my glitch resistor.
That's an interesting way of looking at it. W2JBL. Yeah. All right. Kind of zooming out here. Jesus, I keep having brain farts. It sucks getting old. Anyway, I heard you talking before. You were talking to Jamie about tower climbing and OSHA and this and that and the other thing. And I hear you. OSHA made inroads into some of the stuff at transmitter sites I worked at. Dave probably knows all of that. They never impacted my business too heavily, except for the tower climbers. But yes, all of that. They just brought out all of that stupid stuff. Is it unnecessary? I think a lot of it is, but I look back to the mid-'70s when I started working, and I was working in the shipyards. I mean, it was in boatyards and shipyards, and I was there, they were literally building ships, and it was incredibly dangerous. There was no OSHA, or OSHA was just looming on the horizon. But when I worked in those places, I saw guys get killed. I saw guys losing limbs and this and that. There has to be some sort of oversight.
The problem is like OSHA regulations are one thing, but every job now, they go so far beyond that, like with the amount of safety crap that you got to do and like work around. It makes it like almost unsafe. There's just too much crap going on. I was telling everybody all these tethers on my tools and like stuff and this and that. Like OSHA says you go up in a scissor lift, it's got a railing around it, you've got fall protection, like you're good. You don't have to do anything else in their eyes. But every one of these jobs, you got to be tied off, and now all your tools got to be tied off and this and that. They're getting tangled, you're tripping on stuff while you're lifting a piece of conduit over your head, and then you know what happens? It goes over the railing and hits the floor, and then there's accident reports and this and that. And you know what caused it? It's all the extra safety BS that they're making you do that's awkward and throwing you off balance, and just basically causing you to not be able to focus on what you're doing. So, I don't know. The people that write all those protocols have obviously never done work, don't understand how work is performed. They just want, I don't know. Maybe they submit it to the insurance company and they say, oh, yeah, like, here, we'll give you a big discount. All your guys are, wearing condoms while they install conduit. Like, cool, we'll give you a discount on your insurance, It's like, what the hell?
Tethering tools. So let me get this straight. You're up on a ladder 8 feet or 9 feet or whatever, and you and a buddy, and you're running conduit across the wall, fastening it to the wall, or you're pulling cable or what have you. your tools have to be on a tether so they don't hit the floor or some guy's hard hat on the way down? Really? For real?
Yeah, imagine, so they give you this special, really expensive tape that's rated for however many pounds. Like, you use it, it's real stretchy. It's almost like high voltage splicing tape. And you tape like an anchor point to your screwdriver. Yeah, your screwdriver. And then it has to be tethered to your body. So you can get about a quarter of a turn before that tether starts getting all tangled up. And you got to take it down, untangle it. And you don't know how many times a day I drop my screwdriver now because of all these tethers and crap. You go to like reach for something and it springs out of your hand because you hit the end of where your tether will like let it go or this or that. And not only that, Chris, yeah, you're working on a ladder. You're only allowed to go up 6 feet on any given ladder before you have to go all the way up to the ceiling and install on a 5,000-pound rated anchor point like a giant yo-yo. So like you got to bring in a lift and like go all the way up there and install this thing and have it come down so you can go up, you know, to the 5th step on your 8-foot ladder there to work. And then when you're done in that spot, when you've run that 10-foot piece of conduit, you come down, you bring the lift in, you move that whole yo-yo setup over to the next 10 feet away or whatever, you know, anchor it up to this, so you can go up on it. Like, they just think that we're so inept and so stupid, we can't do anything without getting hurt, you know, and all this extra safety crap, it just, oh my God, it makes it dangerous. 90% of the time, it makes it more dangerous for the worker. Well, like I said, I think it's all about money, you know. Oh, all your guys are, you know, doing this or that. Like, you know, oh, they're going to wear dental dams while they work. Like, cool, we'll give you some money.
Jesus. Well, I've seen stuff dropped from towers penetrate hard hats. You know, that's pretty nasty business, but my God, you're 6 feet up on a ladder, 8 feet up on a ladder, you're going to tether your shit. God. It was getting bad. There was no direct regulation or union for, you know, what I do, or like what, well, I guess Dave had to join a union for where he was working, but there's no union for the communications workers, you know, got radio techs like me, engineers, and there wasn't a lot of OSHA regulation, but what started to happen to me was we got involved in these big renovations, rebuilding a police station, rebuilding a firehouse, you know, or a government building or whatever. And those were, you know, pretty heavily regulated jobs. And, you know, that stuff was starting to get applied to me and others, but it didn't get that bad with the tethering and the tolls. My God, I'm glad I retired when I did.
You know what happens? So you're like, the 6-foot rule is for any ladder, but like say you're on a 6-foot ladder, all right? Like you're not allowed to go up more than halfway up any ladder. So you get a 6-foot ladder, you know, you can go up to the 3rd step. What are you, 3 feet in the air? You know, like if you could go up one more step, you could comfortably work on whatever the hell you got to do. But nope, you've got to stand there with your arms stretched as far over your head as possible, you know, with all the stuff up there, and lift everything up over your head. And then in most cases, like, you got to stand on like your tippy toes, you know. So like you're working like that all day, you get all fatigued and tired, and like if you could just go up one more damn step, you could work comfortably and like not think about it, you know, work at like shoulder level or whatever. But no, like everything is like up way over your head now, because you're not allowed to use more than half of a 6-foot ladder, you know, and you can't fit an 8-foot ladder in that space where you're working or whatever. Like, it's just so dumb. You know, like they see us, they don't view us as like professionals that they're paying to come in here and like do a job. No, like we're toddlers, we're morons, we're idiots, incapable and inept to the point where, you know, we can't get on a ladder and work without getting hurt or dying or something in their eyes. W2BTK.
Wow, this is bad. So you have to work everything above your head at arm's length. That is dangerous in itself.
Yeah, but just think of the upper body strength, and they're paying you to do it. People go to gyms for that.
Yeah, ladders. Well, boatyard worker, shipyard worker. I know every way there is to fall off a ladder onto the dirt underneath the boat that's hauled out and blocked up, onto the pavement on a boat that's hauled out and blocked up, onto the dock from a boat, or into the water. Jesus, I've done it all. But I don't go up. I haven't gone up ladders on the job for many, many years. But my God, our guys at Motorola, they have 40-foot extension ladders, running half-inch hardline, clamping it to the side of a brick building, 3 stories up, and then all the way down into the, where the entry point in the basement or whatever. And nobody was using nothing. Just go up the ladder and do it. It's a good thing OSHA wasn't around.
You don't even know how many close calls I've had, like recently with all this extra safety crap. I've never fallen off a ladder before, because I don't do dumb stuff on a ladder. Like I go up, I work, I come down. But now, with all this crap going on, like you're tripping over it and getting caught on stuff going up and down, and trying to keep track of like all your tools that are wrapping themselves around each other, and you're doing this at the on the ladder and everything. I've never had as many close calls as I've had since all this extra safety crap came into play, and it's stupid. It's so stupid.
Oh my God! Well, I gotta hit the command center in a second, but Jesus, I never even. Boy, the corporate Motorola people who were so paranoid about ESD, you wouldn't believe it. Boy, they used to screaming. I wouldn't even wear a freaking wrist strap, a ground strap.
You got to spray yourself with the stuff they used on the Tin Man and the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, well, you put on now it's you put on your mask and your safety glasses and your hard hat and your high visibility vest and your harness and your retractable yo-yo and like 6 to 8 tethers for your tools and this and that, and you go up in a drop ceiling and try not to get stuck on something.
Do they have industrial hygienists there?
Yeah, the hall brings out dental dams and amyl nitrate for the men,
Yeah. Well, they usually have people who do surveys on it. It sounds like the firm that you're working for has been sued multiple times. And the reason I say that is because I used to be employed by a firm that got sued every chance possible every 5 minutes because they were a very bad place to work for many numbers of reasons, and they tried to be as careful as they could, and they tried to dot all their I's and cross all their T's, and safety, and they drilled it in everybody's head, and same thing, they treated people like they were toddlers and all that. But you get used to that, and you realize that, it's not the worst thing in the world, and you might be working with people that are stupid or inebriated or whatever, and you're in the same group, so you have to get the same preaching from the same corporate crap, right? It's okay. They don't want you to get hurt. They really don't. So it's not that they're just trying to beat you up. They just don't want you to get hurt, so you don't sue them. So fast forward to another part of my career where I work for another place, another giant organization that was at least 25 years behind the other one when it came to safety. When it came to safety and when it came to environmental handling of substances, it was amazing. These people had no clue what you do with a manifest for hazardous waste, which is on site, where you purchased, say 3,000 gallons of a substance, and it was at your place being used. And and then you have to switch it out for maintenance, and what happened to it, who hauled it away, or where did they haul it to, what's the name of the people, where's the dates that they did it, did they use proper procedures and all. They had no clue how to do that. It was like a giant swing from one end to the other. I got to live through that. It was really exciting.
Yeah, I guess, but I mean, like, the bottom line of all this stuff is it's hurting my back. Like, I'm getting hurt because of all this extra safety stuff. I'm getting stuck on everything, you know, tools like hitting the end of the tether and falling down and coming down on my head, lower back pain from all of the, you know, weird twisting and pulling on my body while I'm trying to work and do things with all these restrictions. Like, it's beating the hell out of my body. And hopefully it doesn't last that long, because I won't be able to do this that long with all this crap. That's just the way it is for me, W2BTK.
So it's not your friend down in Georgia with a voodoo doll pushing a pin in it?
Oh, that.
I don't think that he's into that, but there's another guy down there. He's into some really weird stuff.
I don't know. It could be. That's for sure. Let me tell you, though, those guys suck. You know? AM Facebook sucks. And that's all I have to say about that.
You know what really sucks? I got this here thing wrapped on my right wrist here. It's wrapped up good and tight. It's like one of those ace bandages with a bunch of gauze under it right now, and I got like a phantom itch in the middle of it, like right in the middle, and I want to rip the whole thing off and scratch it. And it's driving me crazy. It woke me up last couple nights, and man, I want to rip this sucker off and just dig my fingernails into the flesh of my wrist and scratch it.
What, are you covering a wound or something?
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed when you saw me, I have like a welt on my right wrist, my navicular bone. I broke it 40 years ago, and it's got an arthritic growth there where the bone never fused. And I've been dealing with it with getting cortisone injections now for 5 years, and finally it got to be where they weren't working anymore. So I had a nice little procedure done, and they pulled out some nerves in the area of the damage, and they did a great job because everything else seems to work, and I don't feel the pain anymore, but I'm recovering from it. And man, it's ever annoying.
Everything went okay, right?
Jesus. I don't know, I'm not going to get into all the aches and pains and everything. But, oh, God, that kind of shit drives you crazy. I was in briefly, I had to wear a cam walker on my right foot, right leg for the better part of a year. I had a sprain from a car accident, an injury from a car accident that wouldn't heal. I know the phantom, the itch very well, and the temptation to rip that thing off, and it's like, oh God, I feel your pain.
I told the XYL I'm going to rip this thing off, so be prepared to wrap it back up when I get done.
Man, you brought up that fat guy down in Georgia, and now all of a sudden it's the weirdest thing. I've got to go take a crap. I'll be right back.
Have you seen the group picture of the net? They're all like that.
Oh, man. I don't know. I'm sorry I brought it up, but okay. I hope everything works out well for you there. Yeah. Anyway, Chris, you're doing a good accounting for yourself from all the way up there. And, man, wow, it's already August. So is it like 55 degrees when you wake up?
The first morning I got up, the second morning I got up, it was 48 degrees. It's going to be, it's a yo-yo thing, you know? It's going to be in the upper 80s and humid from like Wednesday on up here. So it goes either way. But the last 2 years we've had record high temperatures up here. But no, you're right. On a good day or a good night, in fact, I'm gonna find out in about 20 minutes. I'll sit on the porch. I can see my breath at night in August. Yeah, I love it. But then again, it could be 90 with clouds of black flies and mosquitoes. This is a no-bug season, so I'm just really loving it.
Yeah, understood. I used to go up there pretty much every August to Watertown. As you know, my grandparents lived up there from 1928 to 1972. And we would go up there, you know, right before the start of the school year and spend a week up there. Yep, my grandfather had what the hell did he have, a 59 Oldsmobile, what was it, a Delmont, I think. And the house that they lived in was built in 1812. I've been up there in the last few years. I guess it's been about 4 years. He went up there, and they sold everything when they moved out. But there's a bank and a strip mall, and there's like 10 stores on the property they used to live in. But if you look from their what would have been the rear windows out of the house, there's still a set of 3 directional AM towers. I forget the radio station. The towers are still there, and it still looks the same way I remember from being a kid. But that's where I was back when I had my little transistor radio and listening to you know, Cousin Brucey or Johnny Donovan or you know, Chuck Leonard or somebody on WABC. And they would fade out during the day. You know, you got more than 100 miles away and you couldn't hear anything. But then turn it back on at night and it was slamming in with QSB. It was the coolest thing ever.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I listen to the New York stations sometimes up here during the day with the R390. But most of the programming I listen to is syndicated, so I've switched over and get it out of either 810 WGY or 950. 950 in Rome. Yeah, half of my TV comes out of Watertown, as a matter of fact. The other half of it comes out of Syracuse and Utica, the other 2/3 of it. God, I haven't been to Watertown in a long time, but things have a habit of never really changing up here.
Hi, Mikey. I think Watertown is like the last DMA for television, the bottom of the market. After that, the TV audience in Mars is the next one.
Well, I'm watching it right now. I'm watching Me TV on channel 2.4 out of Utica. It's a great movie. I'm watching Spenguli, and the movie tonight is The Man with the Atomic Brain. Yeah, a lot of paid programming up here. It's pretty sparse, but I've been experimenting with over-the-air TV antennas, and I finally hit on a winner. I bought that huge 8-dipole phased array with the reflector. It was bad engineering. There was some, I should have bought the Weingart or the Gerald. I should have bought the real one. No, I bought the knockoff. It sucked. It barely worked. I tested all these things at home. My TV at home, believe it or not, comes out of Utica. It comes out of Albany. I don't get anything from New York. Oh, I told you that. Well, I found this thing. It's marketed in Italy. Well, I found it at MTC Electronics, a main trading company. Had it. Like $25. It's freaking beautiful. It's a 16-element log, a real 16-element log. lowest elements cut for channel 7, which is great because my channel 7 out of Syracuse is on RF channel 7. Man, I put that thing up the other day when I got here, and I picked up like 5-6 new channels I never saw before.
Yeah. Well, this time of the year, anything you get that you never saw before, take it with a grain of salt, obviously, because there's tropo, as you know. I know you're well aware of that. So average it out, and wait until late October, November to put the stamp of approval on it. But that's the 8-dipole jobber with the basket reflector. I was not super excited about those for years until I finally tried one up at Rutgers. They were looking for a confidence QC monitor for New York stuff, and we had a tower there. And I put one over there on the fence, 6 feet above ground level, and it worked fine. But the brass is like, oh, this looks like crap. Where can we put it? Well, stick it up on the tower, but don't mount it. Don't put the azimuth right at the Empire State Building. Let's go like 20 degrees off, so we don't have to deal with airplane flutter. And they did that, and that thing really worked well. I was very, very impressed by it. So I bought one and stuck it up here. And I had one of those wine guards with channel 7. It was a high VU. And it worked sort of okay. It was sort of okay, but the way that they mounted the feed with these little steel clips that kind of crabbed around the elements, I thought that sucked. Otherwise, it was a great antenna, but I ended up taking that down and sticking this other thing up, and I'm not looking back.
Well, excuse me. The thing I got was 8 dipoles, 2 rows of 4. Excuse me, with a flat reflector panel of 4 wavelengths behind the dipoles. I got something caught in my throat. I'll be back.
I was going to ask how that new antenna was.
Then down the band, I should be arrested. W2VW, using old equipment. So take it easy on me, guys, when you come and bust me.
You started out like perfectly on frequency. That was pretty cool. I've drifted down, but not quite as far as you. I think you and Chris are a little lower.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm over here now. KC2 CWM. I should be close.
How you doing there, Mr. Dave?
Hey, Mikey. Yeah, you're on frequency, Mikey. Somebody's right on frequency.
That's Mikey. Somebody was throwing dead carriers right on 3885, so I had it notched out. When Mikey keyed up at first, I couldn't hear him very well, but I could tell it was him for whatever reason.
What's up, Mr. Bill? How are you?
I'm good. Did you guys lose power or what?
From 11 to 7, and my giant oak tree came down, smashed a couple of yeah, we got some damage out there.
That sucks.
What goes on? You need some oak and fireplace?
Actually, we haven't been using the fire pit very much, so I still got a little bit of good dry firewood, but I mean, if you got a surplus oak, I've been more than happy to haul it off.
Yes, I have plenty, so when you're ready, come on down. And my fire pit has been destroyed. It got smashed into a little tuna can, along with some chairs. The 10-meter beam got mangled, and indeed, you got to see what it looks like back here. Had the guy over, tippy top tree, come over today. This guy Kevin, he's going to bring an estimate, I think, tomorrow.
Hey, hi, Mikey.
Hi, George.
Yeah, those guys guys are good. That we've dealt with them. They're good. They're a good bunch of guys. Yeah, man. We'll bring the firewood over here. You can come over here and, we'll leave our XYLs out by the fire pit and come in and use the radio. Right, honey?
Hi, Ada. Oh, I think I can hear Corona. Is that what that is? Cerveza más fina.
How the hell do you know that?
After listening to, belches so much on 75 meter, I'm starting to be able to hear, different types of belches, and that was definitely Corona.
Oh my God. You need to be like FBI forensics beer belch department.
Yeah. John, you getting all this? Yeah, I am, Mikey, actually. You guys are great.
Hey, George, when's the last time you yelled, like really yelled?
You remember that?
What? Yeah. Can I hear that some more?
Can't do that. It scares the hell out of people next door.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like you're being really quiet because you have neighbors on every side. Then you get on the air and you're in the city and you don't want to disturb anybody. So you're like, yeah, all right, well, this is me. Hi, guys. How you doing? And I'd be like, hey, can you hear me over there?
I will. I'm trying to win a lotto to do exactly that, by the way. As a reminder, this isn't in my place. Obviously. To say the least.
All right. Well, listen, if you win the lottery and you set something up in the country, with a really good antenna and a legal limit station, I want to be your voice coach, so just contact me.
Hey, George, you are 30 over 9 in Old Forge, New York in the Central Adirondacks tonight. W2 JBL, portable 2.
W2 very weak.
Good. W2BTK.
That's a propagation out of pipeline. I'm not doing anything. Well, actually, I lied. I made the loop I'm on right now. Is it the loop? No, it's not the loop. It's an end-fed. I changed the wires on the antennas. That might have helped, but I don't think that. I think it's on Mother Nature. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. And yes, you definitely are my first voice coach. When I do win a lotto and get my own place away from here.
Thank you so much for the consideration.
George, I don't know if it's just Mother Nature, because you got on the other night as well after you made those antenna changes, and you were just as strong then, so...
Well, you're 35 over. Does that give you a hint?
You're about the same here.
It's got to be profit. Well, let's talk in the morning and find out what the difference may be. I don't think it's anything I did.
You know what, the band came up. They came up, and yeah, Bill, I think it's conditions.
And I could hear Steve TRH, and I couldn't hear you at all, so... Based on that, I don't know, you know what? Out over the horizon here, the sun has disappeared over the horizon up here, and that's usually that time that's like your moment to shine is just as the sun is going down.
Kind of symbolic too. Anyway, I gotta pay attention to the other half. So with that in mind, guys, as always, thank you for keeping me company here on W2BTK.
All right, 7-3s, George. W2JBL. Dave, you could appreciate this because you had one. And Bill, I didn't, for a couple of reasons, I didn't take the hot rod Chevy up here on this trip. I'm driving one of my cop cars. I'm driving my 98 Crown Vic, former North Carolina State Trooper car. A very official looking car. It has no street cred. It doesn't get any respect at all at home, or very little. But up here, where there are virtually no Crown Vics in civilian hands, My God, driving that thing up here with the lights on the back deck and the quarter wave, VHF on the rear. The people are scared to death of me up here. I love it. It's like it was when I first bought the car.
It was amazing. I haven't driven my Crown Vic in a little while, but people do tend to behave a little better when they're unsure. I didn't have lights on mine and all that crap, but it was I had the antennas on there for my 2-meter radio that I was running in there, and people would just they'd fly up or go to cut you off, and you would see them hesitate and not do it. Whereas, I drive this Subaru now, and everybody's flying around and give me the finger and this and that. It didn't happen as much driving around in those Crown Vics. I know exactly what you're saying.
Oh yeah, I'm going on 10 years of that, having pseudo police looking vehicles. Not always the one that you saw, Chris, but that other one there from Grace Auto. Actually, you helped me hook up to buy that for my son. Well, I didn't buy it for him. He bought it, but, I guess we both bought it. But whatever the hell. I ended up driving that for a while. 10 years of that. And yes, people behave so well. On up to here.
Coming up the state thruway at 75, 80 miles an hour. You come up behind them in a Crown Vic, and they just immediately, the blinker is on, and they're the F out of your way, except for the real morons that go 64 miles an hour, a mile below the speed limit, and don't get out of your way.
See, Panther body still P71 still in service. It's amazing. It's a new record for old ass police vehicles. I bet the mechanics love them. They're easier to work on, and everything about them that could go wrong is known. They're a known quality, and everybody but PWA2CWA loves them.
They can take an enormous amount of abuse, and my best friend owns a taxi company. He had 25 of them on the road. They can take a tremendous hit without bending the frame. They're very easy to fix. In marked units, regular line marked patrol cars, there's very few of them left on the road anywhere, at least in the area where I live. And I haven't seen any up here. Where they are living on is as detective cars and unmarked cars. And there's still a tremendous amount of them in service. Yeah, but it's fun. I'm having fun with it up here because they're I don't know. Apparently there's somewhere around here there must be a lot. Oh, I know what it is. Down the road, next county down, Oneida County Sheriffs, they still have a bunch of them on the road. So it's nice to get some respect for a change. I'm having fun. Now, the road that I got put into my camp up here is pretty steep, and the contractor and all the locals are saying, you're going to need, they're saying in their central New York, you're going to need four-wheel drive to get up there. Well, I put some money into this car. I had this car for 20 years. But I had the rear rebuilt. It already had a posi in it. Had a lot of work done to it. A day or two after they're finished the job, the cop car is going to be the first car up the road to the camp here. They'll be standing at the bottom of the hill watching me. He's not going to make it. He's not going to make it. It's not that steep. And I spent 30 years driving up mountain roads 7.5, 8 feet wide, and one rear-wheel drive van or some crappy front-wheel drive car. Spent all those years driving up to transmitter sites on horrible roads. What the road this guy just put in for me, man, it's freaking nice. It's very steep. And, they're going to eat their words, man. We're going to shoot right up there in this thing.
Well, did you put a trench aimed downhill towards Del Mar?
Oh, that's the one behind my outhouse. Yes, due south.
Okay, I'm glad you thought of that. W2VW.
W2BTK. And Dave, I know what you're saying about that, the Crown Vics and like police looking vehicles that you may drive backfiring, because on Route 78, when you're in the left lane and coming up on somebody that's going slow and probably should get over and let you pass, they always do, but then you get on a back road and they go like 3-4 miles under the speed limit the whole way, and you gotta just chill, because they're not going to go any faster. That's the backfire aspect.
It's up on my porch. Now my porch is 100 feet above the ground, so it's like when I go out on my street.
Oh, did I double?
I'm looking at this house is a cliff dwelling, so I got the halo set up there.
Did you hear me?
On 6 meters. God, where the hell was I? Now I had a brain fart.
Hey, do you ever belch like a cheeseburger on that microphone, Dave?
Can I belch?
If you can't hear that, then your receiver needs work, buddy.
I just want to make sure I didn't hear a cheeseburger or maybe some macaroni and cheese. I don't know.
No, that's distinctly... That's Corona, Cerveza Más Fina. But Dave, my monitoring setup is good over here. I know that what kind of beer you drink. I couldn't tell that it was specifically Corona, but I can tell when it's a beer burp, when it's a food burp. And soda burps are a little bit different too. So like I'm able to make those distinctions. But I just knew you drink Corona, so it was a definite beer burp.
Actually, I haven't had any Corona for a few weeks, but I just happened to pop one open, and it's not even half done. And yes, diet soda has a sharper belch to it, and the waveform is excellent. And they're all pretty good, but a food belch, those are the worst, man. You don't really want to proof your transmitter with one of those. It's not worth it.
What if we tried this with farts?
No.
That farts. That happened to Timmy.
You don't want to sniff your microphone after that. That's not good.
I'll do it. I'm live streaming too. I got a boom on the mic. Here, check this out.
Nice one.
That was like a baby fart.
I hope Timmy's not listening, because he'd be very disappointed.
I'm just a skinny guy. Tell you what, I'm gonna go get a beer from the fridge, just so I could get some good belches in.
Screen porch and enjoy the last vestiges of the sun setting over the horizon, looking towards Watertown. Fire up the 811 rig and grab my guitar and play. Especially after listening to Richie and Jamie talking about Allman Brothers. That was a revelation. I never knew Jamie opened for the Allman Brothers. That's pretty cool. So I'll see you all later. Thanks for the company. I'm having fun on here tonight. W2VW, KC2CWM, W2BTK, and another station whose call I didn't get. W2JBL, Portable 2 in the Adirondack Mountains near New York, near Old Forge, New York. Now signing over, off, and clear. Good night, Erwin Richard, wherever you are.
Sir, have a good night.
Roger. Good talk. Okay, Chris. Well, always nice talking with you. Yes, Jamie's a lot of fun. He's a real ball of fire, and he's very interesting always to talk with and listen to and all that stuff. And I remember hanging out with Jamie years ago on here. He's just one of those people, you know, you're going to have a fine business QSO with and talk about life and stuff and things. And yeah, man, I heard some of that myself. So good night. Sun's been gone here for like 20 minutes, so enjoy what you got going there on the porch, and bang the crap out of that hollow body, and we'll talk with you next time. W2 very weak.
Yeah, see you later, Chris, or as Timmy would say, streaming you later. All right, so I opened myself a beer just because I want to get some good belches in. I didn't really need a beer, but I'm going to drink it just so I can burp. Anybody listening to the QSO, I got a live stream going, so like when I fart into my mic and stuff, like you can actually confirm that I'm really farting into my mic. If you go to twitch.tv/amateurradiolive, or just click the link in my QRZ profile. But it's fun. It's good stuff.
What the hell is wrong with you, man?
I just, I've got the internet. I've got electricity. Might as well show the world that, I'm not just making fart sounds into my mic. I'm actually farting into it.
But there's some people out there that are showing their kids amateur radio for the first time, and they're listening. This has happened, by the way, because SSB, back in the day, it sounded so god-awful. I mean, now it's a whole lot better. But it used to be it sounded so bad that whenever anybody who wrote into QST magazine happened to have children listening, they would tune in AM guys so that, they could say, hey kids, this is what ham radio is about. Check this out, And then you'd get somebody talking about what you're talking about, and they'd write a letter, and it would be on the front page. So can you just imagine somebody, they got a little girl there with a bow in her hair, and this is amateur radio. It's great. You could learn science. You could grow up to be a doctorate in physics and all. If you listen to these guys long enough. And here comes BTK farting into his microphone. What the hell, Billy?
Hey, well, I have a couple things to say about that. I mean, yeah, a little girl would probably think that's icky and be pretty put off. But anyone else, like, everyone farts, right? It's a natural thing that happens. And if you can't find the humor in farts, that's just, I don't know, you're not looking to have a good time, And let's face it, it's not... Nobody puts on a suit and tie to get on a radio anymore. It's not very gentlemanly. It's just, I don't know. I listened to the Timtron show, stuff like that, and they would be like rating the fart, or not even batting an eye, being like, oh, well, weak sauce, whatever. But I guess my point is, if you can't handle a little bit of farting into microphones every now and then, I don't know. It's just, let me rephrase. If I can't fart into my microphone every now and then, I don't want to do ham radio. W2BTK.
Well, here's what I have to say about that, and that is, everybody knows about lighting farts on fire, right? And all I can say is, if your farts have a pure blue flame, then maybe it's okay to talk about them on the air, because it's complete combustion and it doesn't really contribute very much to global warming. Other than that, so next time I think you should light it on fire and maybe do it live with some video. And if it's not a pure blue flame, then you should stop right there, and that's it. Discontinue, man.
Yeah, see, that would make people upset, I feel like, especially in California. Didn't they like ban cows from farting there or something due to the emissions, pollution or whatever? I don't know. There's so many things you got to watch out for, but I'm going to say it again because I like the way that sounded. If I can't fart into my microphone every once in a while, I don't want to do ham radio.
Well, that's a really good way to clear off the frequency. That's great.
This really took a turn for the worse.
I'm having fun, though, I was listening for a couple hours, the fine business QSOs and this and that. I don't know. I guess we could try to have one of those, but I'm having a lot more fun now.
Steve, that's what it's all about.
Well, we got Tommy on. He's listening in, and he's saying we should laugh like Beavis and Butthead. My only question to Tommy son is, can you hear me on your 1939 SCA receiver? That's all I want to know. Can you hear me on that? And no, I did not. I would not. I wouldn't do that. It's too much work to do that. The other Tommy. We have Tommies in 3 different directions.
Anyone? Sorry.
I'm sad because in
we get signal reports from Tommy up in Rutherford there. Rutherford, where all the trees fell down. How do you like this weather? Like healthy trees, relatively healthy trees. A little bit of rain softens up the ground. Bam! The whole tree's on the ground.
Did you see the one I just sent you? Look at your email. You'll see the oak tree. Wait till you see that.
Yes, one. Tell the insurance company that you want a 70-foot pole. And if you need an expert to say that that tree needs to be replaced by a 70-foot pole, I'm there.
Ooh, and insurance is paying? That sounds lucrative. Do it, Mikey. I'd be writing that email, not emailing pictures to Dave. But I just wanted to say I'm kind of sad because the video that Tommy made with his old receiver, I was coming in all piss weak, and you could hear Clark really, really well. So I was like, oh man.
Yeah, well, check out Mikey's stuff. He got all busted up. Wow, look at this. He's got a picture of his 10-meter beam, and it's like not even nicked. It's like bent.
Did you see the chimney? Man, it got smashed.
Yeah. Wow. Well, sorry you got to deal with that crap.
Oh, good.
I spent about 5 minutes picking up the stuff that fell down here.
That was it?
No, actually it was 6.
Nothing happened to the tower and antennas? Nothing?
Well, I've really trimmed everything that could hit my, here we go. Hey, Murphy, are you listening, Murphy? I've trimmed everything, Mikey. Nothing's ever going to happen over here. My tower weighs 3,000 pounds. Murphy, are you listening? You think you're something, huh? My tower base weighs 3,300 pounds. It's been in the ground for 26 years. Nothing can happen to me, Mikey. Nothing.
I'm still trying to figure out who Murphy is.
This guy that wrote the lore.
Murphy personally visited me. Personally sent me a message on 9/11. What year was it? 9/11. I'm trying to think of the year now. I got to think about this. I think it was 2007. Murphy at one of those Larkan amps, Tommy and Billy, and it had a burnt trace from a lightning strike, and it was causing a phase error. And if you looked at the picture on RF4, there was a slightly delayed ghost, and you could see this ghost even on the local RF pickoff monitor. There was a tiny ghost there. It's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? You knew you had a phase delayed something, and sure enough, man, there was a burnt trace. And it was like that the day that I walked into that facility, you know. And the guy that was leaving said, don't bother, it's no problem, just let it go. And it got a little bit worse on that day for some reason. And it prompted me to start poking around, and I found it.
Wait, what?
They had all these combined amps. Just picture like whatever it was, 30 combined Larkan amplifiers into a combiner, and one of them, 1/4 of it, was not combining its RF in phase with all the others.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I could see how they'd get a little stupid. All that phasing stuff is like, I don't know. They put up those like antennas that use phasing lines and stuff. It just seems like a super pain in the butt.
Yeah, and tuning it. But when you get it working, I mean, that's the TV world right now. A lot of it's on UHF, and everything is in NATS, you know what. And you have to have very carefully designed things, and there's a lot of rules, and you need filtering that's ridiculously good, because now you have adjacent channels in the same market. I mean, that's something that would never have done in analog days. And now with digital, you can get away with it. It's really amazing. You have these filters, and the group delay near the edges isn't really all that bad, and what there is there you can make up for in software anymore. It's quite an advance. It reminds me of, the speed of PCs and a lot of other stuff that's happening in the dig-it-all world.
Any MRC stuff down that way still working?
Yeah, there is, Warren. They tried to sell a system where they were going to electronically steer all the antennas. And they wanted to put up an array of, I wouldn't even call it an array. They wanted to put up a bunch of space diversity antennas and electrically steer them. And that was poo-pooed by the last guy who was really good that worked over at 30 Rock with this stuff. He said, no, you're never going to get away with that because there's too much interference from other things, and he put the hex to it. And if he hadn't have done that, management would have went for it, and they would have been sucking wind today, but they're too stupid to even realize that. Thank you.
Well, that's a good thing. Salesmen are like politicians. All they know how to do is lie.
Well, maybe they have the best of intentions, and they think that all the stuff they're selling is actually going to work, but no, it doesn't work.
I dealt with that with some of our so-called quality engineers. I'm glad I don't work there anymore. Carry on, I'm just listening, eating dinner. W1 Cello.
Roger. Good to hear you, Warren. I listen to you a lot during the day. And you're the most interesting person on here when the sun is up.
No, I'm not. I'm just a wackadoodle.
No. I think I'm qualified, and I say you are. And I love a good argument, by the way.
All I know is it's a great time to be retired.
Yeah, man. Anyway, sounded chipper, and I hope all your radio dreams are coming true there. Now all you need is to find somebody to talk to that isn't a complete wackadoodle.
Here I am. I'm on the wrong band. No, that's not true.
That's not true. Anyway, carry on. I'm trying to enjoy my late dinner. My late dinner. I'm so brown now I shouldn't even be eating.
Well, okay. You got a good nighttime signal on here too, Warren, so, stop by more often. But enjoy your dinner, but don't enjoy it too much.
Well, it's nothing that's going to make me be gaseous, shall I say. I got a lot of comments I'm going to say, but I'm going to keep my pie hole shut. See you later. Carry on, W1LO. And did you hear the conversation today between Jamie and, what's his name, Chris, RGW?
I heard the very end of it.
It was very interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's put it that way. And Chris is only about 4 air miles from me. Much better antenna. So if he comes on, I'm the bug that gets squashed.
Yeah, well, Jamie's been around long enough. Interesting character. He's always been a ball of fire. I think he's a big plus here to the AM people on the air. He attracts more activity from people who aren't total putzes.
Yes, I don't know. You speak English. Is it legal to use the word putz?
Yeah, I think that I can use the word putz. I've been hearing it all my life. And I certainly have been exposed to many a putz on the air. So yes, putz. Jamie's not a putz. But we have lots of them.
Excuse me. Anyway, I gotta go wash dishes now. I'll be policing the bands. As it was once said years ago, W1LO clear.
Yes, but it was A1RLO. Talk to you later. W2 very weak here from Beechwood Mountain.
Well, this is the Reader's Digest condensed version because I'm getting old.
Speaking of people who are fun to talk to on the air, I gave old Clarky Pants a call today, and he's over at Alf's right now having dinner, but apparently he's been out of power since Tuesday, and both of his antennas came down, so that sucks.
Yeah, wow, that's no fun. Has he got a generator?
I would assume he's got something like that. I didn't ask him, but I don't know. He's over at Rob's. I guess Rob's got power.
Hello, Dave.
Is there somebody trying to break in there, or is there like a net starting up in another country?
It's KUOD, Dave. Hello.
I heard K and hello. Again, please?
Yeah, Kilo 2, Quebec Oscar Delta. Dave, it's Billy up in Newton. And hello to Billy, BTK, and hello to you, Dave.
Anybody get any of that? It's brutal here with the static.
Yeah, hey Billy, you're coming in really well up here. I guess Dave can't hear you down in South Jersey, but I'm hearing you just fine up here. And well, hello.
A big hello right back at you, and hope everybody's doing good tonight. Sorry you don't hear me tonight. I'm 20 times here. Sorry you don't hear me.
Hey, you came up a little bit, Billy. Thanks for stopping in here and saying hello. Good to hear you, man. Hope everything's going well. It was damn brutal, so it's not your signal, it's just the band conditions. Under.
Well, when I get done with dinner in a little bit, I'm eating late tonight because we're working on the old Jeep, doing an exhaust manifold, a fuel rail, a water pump, and all this stuff today. When I get cleaned up and I get done with dinner, if you guys are still around, I'll let the Drake warm up a little bit, and I can hit you with a little more power then. So I guess it's over to you, Bill. In case W2VW is not copying me, Dave. Over to you, Bill.
Yeah, all right. K2QOD, W2BTK, thanks for stopping in. Like I said, you got a good signal here. I'm hearing you fine, but, well, it's no fun unless everybody can hear you, so try again later or whatever. And probably better off because I'm very gassy right now.
Here, Billy. And y'all take care. And pass it back to the other Billy, because he can hear you, because he's up there. He's up there in the High Ridge District in North Jersey. I need to import some North Jersey soil over here.
That was.
Oh, he did. He passed it to me, and we doubled, and then I finished first.
Sorry.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah, that North Jersey soil, I don't know. I wouldn't try to grow anything, and I wouldn't drink the water that you pump out of the ground, but it sure does work well for putting underneath an antenna.
Yeah, Dave, you don't want any of our radon. We got radon problems up here.
Yeah, my radon is not particularly low, but not anywhere where it's like a problem. I seem to be getting a lot of interference from, there's a station, I don't know, about 7 KC down, who's got a lot of energy way up here, all the way up to 3885 or so. Are you experiencing that at all, Dave?
Now that you mention it, yeah, I'm getting a little bit of Smurf splatter, yes.
I wonder what that is. He must be, it must be his transmitter.
Yeah, well, it's amateur radio, and not everybody is going to have professional quality signals. You're going to have some defective signals because it's amateur radio. It's a service that allows people to adjust their own stuff. And some people don't know how to adjust their stuff, and that's what you get. And so you should expect that. It's going to happen. And here it is.
Well, I was just wondering if we should let him know that there's a problem with his transmitter.
I think multiple people have let him know that, and I kind of went something like, oh, you don't like it that I'm a Republican, or some other stupid crap. So, no, I really don't think it's worth any calories on my part to spend on thinking about it or dealing with it, and just let it do its thing, and eventually it won't be there anymore, like the last half a dozen jackasses. Thank you.
Roger.
See that? That was a misfire.
That was a misfire. It felt like it was going to be something, pretty powerful, and then it just kind of didn't happen. That was weird. It's probably going to resurface in a little while. I just finished my 1 bottle of beer. I actually think I have a bunch of these in the fridge, but to tell you the truth, I'm not like a huge beer guy these days. I just drink like wine. And Tommy, XG Tommy, oh, there it is. He's redeemed gift treats to Boo Boo. So I think I'm going to have to switch over to the kitty cam with a K. Thank you, Phil. That was a great idea. And do that.
I gotta catch up with this now. I wasn't looking at that, your streaming stuff. Yeah, there's a ton of activity on there. It's almost as active as my VFO drifting a whole kilohertz down here. What is this crap?
I don't know. You're doing all right, though. Oh, okay. Boo Boo's in a good spot. I feel like I could do an effective kitty cam right now. We're just going to need some lighting.
Hey, listen, this is KC2CWM. I'm rolling on out of here. You guys have a great evening.
Well, good night, and 73 y good DXOM.
Give me 1 minute here. I'm doing the kitty cam thing. Whoops. That's not kitty cam. Oh, here we go.
I'm getting a hourglass refresh, like what the hell is wrong here thing going on. Now I gotta check out that rug. Is your cat getting into transcendental meditation? Because that rug, man, check that. Like Rabbi Mahesh Yogi Mayhem approves of that Indian. That carpet could take off any minute and fly away with the kitty in control. Yeah, she looks happy.
So this rug is an antique. It belonged to my mother's grandma. It is really old. I mean, Boo Boo loves it. She loves sleeping on it. She started like scratching at the bottom of it, but I kind of chased her out of there every time she did it enough times to where like she knows that's not a good thing to do. But it is a beautiful rug. It's really soft too.
Oh wow, check that out. So it's a true antique. Well, the colors, the tone, the way the colors come across is like some of it may have been in the sun and some of it wasn't, or it's your camera work. I can't tell the difference. But that's really neat. Yeah, you got the family heirloom rug there with the cat guarding it. All right. What's better than that? That certainly beats the Wuhan virus.
Oh yeah, beats it with a stick. This rug spent a lot of years in storage. My mom's mom was crazy about it. She was real proud of it and always had it. And well, for whatever reason, when she's starting to do it, and she stopped. What a good girl. My mom just never was that crazy about it, or didn't have a good place to put it, or this or that. So it was like stored forever, and she gave it to me for my house. I also have a really nice painting that it was my mom's painting. It's like a snowy riverbed, and I really like it. I guess my mom didn't like it, but she held on to it because it was her mom's, and I got that too. It's hanging by my front door. I don't know if you've ever seen that when you were coming or going.
Yeah, I think I may have with one eye, but I'm always carrying something or thinking about going to a pizza place or something stupid when I'm going through the threshold between indoors and outdoors there. Trying to have a more relaxed visit, Gotta get rid of coronavirus. Oh, check the kitty out. Boo Boo. Boo Boo. Boo Boo. Yeah. That's better. You got 11 seconds of latency. Looking at a cat with 11 seconds of latency. She's like, yeah, that's W2VW. I really don't need to pay any attention to him when he's on the air. But, man, there's something really wrong with that guy.
Black cats matter, man.
Tommy-san, you can't get away with that.
He's the biggest troublemaker that comes in my stream. Like, no, I don't want to call him a troll, but the closest thing I have to, like, a troll, you know?
I have no idea where he got that from.
But it's great. I mean, I'm a fan of all that stuff, you know? It just, wait, I heard... Man, yeah, spaghetti arms. I could still lift a piece of 4-inch rigid electrical conduit up over my head, so the spaghetti arms work, man.
I gotta say, in defense of Billy, right, Tommy-san, that Billy can carry heavy crap, like really heavy crap, like 105-pound transformers. He doesn't complain, he doesn't groan. He just picks it up, and when he walks with it, he goes at a normal pace, like his normal pace, like he's walking without anything. So he has a combination of technique, which you learn in the trades, and strength. So don't write him off. Don't write him off.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. When I was like working out for, I don't know, 4 or 5 months before I was, you know, how I was about to go in the army and all that crap, I was like doing that, and I actually like built some muscle. It happened really fast too, but then I stopped doing all that crap. But I feel like if I focused on it, I could probably be pretty strong. I don't know. It's there. I've had a 6-pack my whole life. 6-pack abs, man. I still got them. 34 years old. So that's just because I'm so skinny. W2BTK.
Too very weak.
And I got really, really bony knuckles. That's the thing about Tommy does speak the truth, though, most of the time. Except when he gets into all that, like, you know, leftist hive mind stuff.
Oh, I knew you were going to go there. Well, we'll regroup here in November. What, November 7th, 8th, 9th, whatever it is. We'll regroup. We'll talk about that then.
Yeah, you're voting for Kanye, right?
Yes. I can't vote for Joe Biden. That's just impossible. I'm not voting for Donald Trump. I would probably vote for Eric Gunn, but he's dead, or Indira Gandhi, who's not even American. But, you know, Kanye, yeah. I voted for Gary Johnson last time because I like the name.
Apparently, the other Tommy's voting for Clark. K-L-A-R-Q, Clark.
Well, Clark doesn't have a history of political mistakes or pandering or bribery or any of that. Clark has, I mean, he's only got like a minute amount of embarrassing sexual encounters. So he'd make a really good political candidate. You know, I don't know if he knows anything about politics, but apparently that doesn't matter.
Well, I'd write him in. You can do that. The other Tommy says you're going to have to write in Kanye because he didn't make the NJ ballot. What the hell?
Well, I thought he was on the ballot. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna write him in anyway. I don't care. I'm gonna wear my Richard Pryor vote for none of the above T-shirt. I don't care if it's 2 degrees. I'm wearing it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna vote for who the person who I vote for.
I know who you're going to vote for. You don't even have to say it. And it's okay. I'm good with that. No matter who you vote for, it's a mistake. We all lose. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Pretty much. I don't know. Voting... Yeah, look, Tommy said it right there. Voting just gives the illusion of choice, man.
Check this guy. Are you parenting? He must be parenting.
He's low on sleep.
I guess he's going to need the TS-440 back so he can talk to us.
Yeah, well, he gave me the 1 month notice. He's taking it back, and that's fine. I just need to figure out how to get on single slop bucket now, and I know it can be done with the Rode and Schwartz unit, but not quite there yet. I can make a hell of a double sideband signal with it easily, but single slop bucket, that takes a little bit more stuff.
Yeah, he doesn't need the 120. Yeah, ISB and only feed one sideband with audio. That would do it. That's not the most elegant way, but apparently the people who designed that don't care for communications SSB. They probably had a receiver and listened to a bunch of hams. So I understand.
I haven't tried that, but it does put out like some kind of little minute carrier when you do that. I'd have to figure out how to make that go a hoary.
There's got to be a way to do that. There absolutely positively has to be a way to do that. There's no way a piece of test equipment like that cannot have the software to do that. You should be able to make perfect single sideband, any bandwidth you want, with at least 28 dB down, over a couple hundred hertz shape factor, at least.
Yeah, I mean, well, technically, if I could figure out how to get rid of that carrier, I could do like 96K wide sideband. I could play like, I don't know, how many full fidelity like songs could you play at the same time with that? Maybe like 3, maybe 4. I could play like 4 different songs up and down the band in the single slop bucket mode over like a 96K spread.
Into a dummy load, of course.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would never do that on the air unless you were a complete jerk.
Yeah.
Of course, into a dummy load. I'm just saying it's capable of doing stuff like that, Or you could do... I could have a bunch of different AM carriers and modulate all of them at the same time. As many as you feel like fitting in a 96K spread. And it's just a 96K spread because I only have a 192 kilohertz sound card, So if I don't think they make anything with a finer sample rate than that, but that's the limiting factor, not the VSG. And then you get into the antenna tuner and the transmitters and stuff not being able to do it, but or not the amplifiers and this and that, but it's nice to have something that's good to do like anything like that, anywhere from DC to 3.3 gigahertz.
Yeah, I think that amplifier would have no problem with 100 kilohertz bandwidth at 30 dB down. Off the skirts of both sides. Any more than that, you know, you'd have to cut the power down 3 dB. You might be able to stretch it to 150. After that, you'd have to really start dumping power, but it would run all day long at about, 300 watts out. 500 or 600 kilohertz. It would just run all day long like that.
That is funny. Well, I don't know. It's literally no limits exciter. It's like having an Anon with like zero nanniness about it. Like, oh yeah, here are the bandwidths you can transmit at. Here's this. Here's the frequencies. No, none of that crap. It's just like, well, I'll whatever you want to do, just do it.
Oh, here comes an air check.
Man, the beer ran right through me. I'll be right back. W2BTK.
Facebook to look at this K60 air check, Tommy. Facebook sucks. I never go on Facebook. I was on Facebook July 6th, a year ago. This is the last time I was on frickin' Facebook. That was it. You want me to go back to Facebook? Facebook sucks your soul away from your being. You'd be a human with no soul because Facebook took it. And I'm just not going to do that. Damn it. The linky took me to Facebook. Alright, so the linky took me to YouTube, but it wants me to sign in. I gotta sign in.
Wait, what happened? You're on Facebook? Why?
Okay, but then...
Dave, hey, someone in the chat's saying that AM Facebook sucks.
They're saying AM Facebook sucks. Have we heard any more intel from our... Well, we have like 27 different logins on the AM Facebook and AM crapsick Facebook. Do we still have 27 different fake logins left between us, or is it 26?
I have no fake Facebook accounts. I have my original Facebook account that I made back when you couldn't make a Facebook account unless you were in a college. And it was maybe a year before there was even a like button or anything. It's one of the oldest Facebook accounts that's around, I feel. And that's the only one I've ever had, the only one I've ever used. And like, I don't care enough. I have zero fake accounts. I'm not trying to look at that piece of crap site, the AM crapsicle, crap posting, whatever the hell you're talking about. Like, there's just zero interest. I don't need to look at it. It's, the guy who runs that thing is a complete loser, and I have zero interest in seeing what he has to say or any of his cronies. And I honestly completely forgot about the guy until you brought him up before. W2BTK.
So you're saying that nobody sends you any more snippets from that, and you have no intel on the guy who's always posting him destroying something with flames or shooting at something? It's like, take a fat guy shooting at something like I'm a fat sharpshooter, because all sharpshooters who are really good at shooting things with a long gun are fat.
Yeah, I mean, well, the only time anyone ever sends me like snippets from that sucky Facebook page is when they're talking about me or directly, referencing something that I'm doing or whatever. But that I guess hasn't happened in a while, so no, I have zero intel about what the hell's going on there, and it's probably good.
Yeah, it probably is a good thing to forget all about that guy and yeah. Anyway, this is W2VW, because I don't remember the last time I ID'd, but I do have a subaudible tone on CW here. I've got 2 hertz. It's identifying me in double sideband here every 10 minutes. Even though that I don't call it out. But nobody can demodulate that.
Oh my God.
What? Did something just happen? I heard like an oh my God.
I can't believe you drank that whole bottle.
Listen to this.
You just got your hand thing. I'm not carrying you up the stairs.
I can make it up the steps.
Uh-huh.
It's a quart. That's like 4.
That's supposed to be
But this stuff's only like 2.5 proof.
It's regular beer.
It's Tommy Son's fault. He's listening.
Hi, Tommy.
Hey.
Hi, Malcolm.
Say it again.
Hi, Malcolm, baby. He's probably sleeping.
Aw. I don't know if you see that, Ada, but he's saying, hi, Abuelita. I butchered that. Mac's sleeping. He's recharging.
Yeah. Very nice. Thank you. Yeah, I butchered it too before you did.
I mean, I
Carrier burying you.
There's a carrier burying me?
Yeah, he's S9 here. I can't hear you. What?
Wait, what? He must be close to you. I see the carrier, but you're spanking the crap out of it, and it's not even causing too much of a heterodyne when you key up, because your modulation is burying it.
That's impossible, man. I'm using a 63-year-old transmitter here. There's no way this can keep up with a new carrier.
What kind of carrier is that, Dave? Not yours, obviously, but the one that's inserting itself into our QSO. I guess you would call that QRM?
I think I would call it an unmodulated, unregistered, unidentified, almost carrier. It's not quite a carrier.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, aren't you supposed to, like, when you make a transmission like that, even a carrier, aren't you supposed to identify your station?
Yes, at the end of the very first 10 minutes, and at the end of the communication, and in between every 10 minutes thereafter, unless you read Clark's Guide to Part 97, where if you read that, you'll be so confused that you won't even bother.
Yeah, he's just trying to, I don't know, he's trying to ruffle feathers. He really doesn't like IDing.
Yeah, I wonder what's up with that. You think maybe, like, Clark's first significant other broke up with him first time he ID'd, or what?
No, I think that Clark, he's had, like, a lot more experience with the FCC, who, by the way, they do a great job, wonderful people. He's had a lot of interaction and experience with them, but most of it has been negative, so he's just trying to be a little bit defiant without breaking the rules. So I get that.
Well, I can't complain about the FCC because I made a living due to things that they did over the years. Thank you, and thank you again, and thank you some more. You know, it actually made it possible for me to make a pretty good living for years and years and years. I'm not real happy about mergers of giant conglomerations buying radio stations and TV stations and dominating markets. It's antitrust crap, and I think maybe the federal government, the larger federal government, should go after that stuff. It's kind of disgusting, but do I want to bitch out the FCC because of it? No, I mean, man, I remember back when Riley Hollingsworth first showed up, and he was going to get rid of all these jackasses on the air. He did a pretty good job, you know, but it's not easy. You go after these people and you find out that they're indigent, you know, you can't find them. They have no money, they have no income. It's like they're invisible specks of financial turds. That's going to get old really fast. But it was kind of fun for a while when the usual people, especially on this band, behaved, and a lot of them disappeared. So that was great, and thank you, Riley Hollingsworth. Thank you to the Federal Communications Commission. You guys have been great since 1934. And I feel like I should identify. W2VW.
Yeah, I got no complaints, you know. It's all good. They don't bother me, I don't bother them. Try to follow the rules, have fun with my radio, and they allow us to do it, which is pretty cool. And hey, I think like pretty soon, the FCC hasn't approved it, but the ARRL, I guess, has approved like technicians getting HF privileges, and on this band, I guess above 3,900 up to the top of the band, they'll be able to, you know, make phone transmissions.
I don't know, man. I'm hearing some twang. You hear any twang?
I'm hearing a lot of twang.
Yeah. I mean, that's a twang. That's like, how do you get that?
That's, how does this profile sound anyway? I switched my audio profile.
Sorry, I'm not looking at a spectral display, so I'm trying to figure out where the hell that twang coming from. Kind of weak here, but I hear some twang. Frequencies and use. Find a clear frequency and go twang someplace else, buddy. There's plenty of room here on the band. Might be embarrassing if your friends told you get on here. This here's net frequency, but it's not a net frequency. Nope, not tonight. Your audio profile is very in your face. I would say that if I needed to hear some orders from my commanding officer under fire, it would be good.
I prefer more, you know, straight shot rather than a profile shot. WB2GCL.
Bear, is that you making all them twangs and twirly twanging sounds out there? It must not be you. What's up with that? And hello to WBear2GCR from W2BTK. Oh, look at that. Wow, naked Christ.
Was that there, Cousin Bailey? Was that you,
Welcome
Cousin
to the party.
Bailey?
Hey, Naked Christ, thanks for the follow, man. Yeah, that be me. I reckon, I'm just trying to use my radio on this here frequency for, I don't know, the past 2 hours or so.
Posture check.
Well, that's mighty good, Cousin Billy, because that possum you sent me was delicious.
Man, Tommy just pinged the hell out of me with the posture checks, man. I'm sitting up straight. I can't sit up any straighter than this. You know what I mean, Bear?
Well, back in the holler, we sit on broomsticks. Goes straight up and makes you straight as you could be.
I had a friend, he had him some leg braces. He called them his magic shoes. Oh, Jesus. I need to go get another beer.
Yeah, I just want to say hi. Hello, Billy. Hello, Dave. Hello, all the sheep at sea. I've been listening. I know everything that everybody said. I know. Not the whole time, but I get the gist of it. Just wanted to fire up in the evening, just because if I don't fire up in the evening, people go, I never thought you'd get on at night. How come you're on at night?
What?
I think Boo Boo's the one who needs a posture check, not me.
Hey, Boo Boo, what about the Ranger? What was the Ranger's name, anyway? I don't remember.
Mr. Ranger.
That was it? He didn't have a name?
Smith.
Yeah, whoever wrote that cartoon had a contempt for authority, and that was before Vietnam.
That was Hanna-Barbera. They did it themselves.
Yeah, well, they got disgusted with MGM because they weren't getting paid.
Well, I can't imagine why they wouldn't get paid by MGM. They were doing all those Beanie and Cecil cartoons. That must have been a real challenge.
Well, yeah, they had some real good audio on the MGM, Tom and Jerry stuff, but they weren't getting paid, man. So they went off on their own.
Yep, I guess they showed them. Well, I used to really like the Jetsons, but, I wasn't very old at the time.
That certainly has changed.
Yep, and I like McGilla Gorilla a lot more than Yogi Bear. McGilla Gorilla. I mean, how ridiculous can you get?
I've been getting into some old Gumby episodes, man, which I had on VHS as a kid, in the mid-'80s, late 80s or whatever. It was when I was watching those, but it was all like Gumby episodes from like the 50s and stuff like that. Some really trippy stuff, like he goes to the moon and like all this weird crap happens. And one of my favorites was the Hot Rod Granny episode. It's like some grandma and her glasses fall off when she has like a similar car to Gumby, but Gumby's car is all like a hot rod, and she loses her glasses or they break or something, and she accidentally gets in Gumby's hot rod and like runs amok around the town and is like terrorizing everything. That was some good stuff, man. Gumby's awesome.
Yeah, you ever see Eddie Murphy's Takeoff on Gumby?
I am Gumby, damn it!
No.
Just go on YouTube and check it out. Very good.
He's just a little green ball of clay.
Yeah, claymation. W2VW. Have you gone any with the red blockhead guy?
Yeah, the blockheads are more of like in like this late 60s, 70s Gumby, I think. They introduced a couple more characters like that yellow dinosaur Prickle and that little goo, like she was like the girl. And that's when like the blockheads came. But like the 50s episodes, which were a lot of the ones I watched when I was very young, that was like pre-blockheads.
Yeah. So What's the earliest? I always thought that was back to like maybe early 60s. So in the late 50s.
Yeah. Exactly, late 50s. I think like the Moon episode, which was one of my favorites, that was 56. Or at least that's what it says on, Wikipedia. You go to the Wikipedia page for Gumby, it's got a list of every episode.
Wow, and it's in color.
Yeah, it's amazing.
What am I, doubling?
Yeah, what'd you say?
I said...
What?
Right?
Daisy?
Daisy. Delta, Alpha, Victor, Echo, Yankee.
Oh, yeah. Daisy. I would be.
Alright, well, I'm glad I could share that with you, gentlemen. So, I'm going to roll over to the other side of the shack and see if I can find it. Seems to be lost in something of a temporal time-space displacement over there.
Yeah, we stimulated Bear to go check out YouTube. That's Davy and Goliath you're thinking of.
Oh, yeah, Davy and Goliath. Wasn't Gumby in there? Wait a second.
I think maybe it was different sources that were on the air, one after the other. But I could be wrong. What the hell do I know?
Really? Davy and Goliath, huh? I thought Gumby was in there somewhere. Jeez. Whatever happened to Gumby? Why did he not have a cereal? Why wasn't there Gumby cereal? I mean, what's up with that?
I think you got to send a couple of $20 bills into Soupy sales.
Yeah, but why didn't Gumby have a cereal? Green, chewy things.
Yeah, he could have been a contender.
Yeah, instead of the captain, right?
Yeah, Gumby could have made it big, but Gumby didn't want to go commercial, man. He was about peace and love and stuff, I don't know.
I gotta have to actually watch Gumby. Maybe there's hidden messages in there.
Yeah, he was way ahead of the digital revolution where you have like stop time because of limited bandwidth, and very poor compression schemes on video. I mean, Gumby was way ahead of his time.
Yeah, he was the ultimate slow analog. It's really hard to do claymation, That is not easy stuff.
No, you do that all week for a living. You go home, you got no fingerprints, and you smell funny.
Yeah, perfect time to commit a crime.
Well, it's pretty wholesome stuff, and the technical aspects are interesting, but as a young kid, there's a whole lot worse things you could be watching.
Yeah, but look how it warped your mind.
I think it did me right, I'm concerned for people who didn't watch Gumby.
There's these subtle, subliminal messages in Gumby. You have no idea what Gumby did to you.
I know he can walk into any book with his pal Pokey too. If you have a heart, Gumby's a part of you.
Wow, yeah, it's an MK Ultra thing. You've been programmed by Gumby.
I watched a lot of Pink Panther too, the Pink Panther cartoon.
No, I could never stand the Pink Panther. No good. No, not the real thing. You gotta give me Looney Tunes.
I couldn't stand Looney Tunes.
Compression artifacts are part of Henry Mancini's recording. It's an important part of recording history because the compression screw-up is part of the sound.
What?
That's right.
Listen to it, Bear.
Explain yourself.
A saxophone doesn't sound like somebody plays the saxophone next to you. It doesn't sound like that, Bear.
Does that sound like what?
The way it sounds in that theme song.
What do you mean?
That's it. You listen to that. Here's what you do, Bear. You get yourself your hi-fi setup, and you listen, you warm up your hearing with whatever it is, your favorite, tune, whatever it is, and maybe another tune and a disco tune, just to get the whole spectrum, because we all know that disco sucks. And then you play the Pink Panther theme by Henry Mancini, and you listen to that sax intro, okay? It is compression slamming, especially the very first note. And they back it off a little bit. But it is the textbook example of compression screwed-upness.
Well, not if that's the sound you want. It's not screwed up if it's the sound you want. They were like the Beatles.
They were nothing like the Beatles. The Beatles always had the best compression and the best recording and the best people. And if their sound sucked, the people fixed it for them. And they had George Martin writing in, classical music interludes into the middle because their songs didn't have enough happiness going on. All that. Totally different. This is the limits of compression being exceeded, and the Pink Panther theme intro has compression artifacts.
It's like when you have one of those blackface 1176 compressors, and they have the 4 gain reduction settings on it on the front there, those 4 rectangular buttons. You can put it into spank mode if you kind of work all 4 buttons in at the same time, and then it just sounds all crazy. Like the thing to do, and I don't think I call it screwed up either, it's just slammed, right, in a nice vintage compressor. So turn the Pink Panther theme song on and close your eyes and listen to it on a good monitoring setup and try to visualize an analog VU gain reduction meter like in your mind, right? And like listen to it and just let your mind swing that needle and watch it like bang over to the right or the left or whichever the hell way it goes, and like just fill it in with your mind and visualize that gain reduction meter while you're listening to it.
Yeah, man, I can feel it now. Whoa, feel that compression. Feel the limit. The limit of the compression. That's right, here on 85. Compression has met its limits with BTK.
I got a crap load of compression right now.
Yes, but you don't have artifacts. Your compression artifacts are non-existent.
Listen, if you don't have compression artifacts, you don't have it. You want it, you need Henry. Henry Mancini, the best. It's so funny to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you got what? 58 years on that?
Yeah, but think about how cool it sounds.
Well, it's part of the recording now. That's the whole thing. I mean, if you were tasked with re-recording that for whatever reason, it won't happen, but let's just say you were, how are you going to simulate that sound exactly? You're not.
Yeah, I'm going to get the same friggin' equipment he used and drive it the same way. I don't know.
Right, that's a great idea. Good luck figuring that out.
Well, as long as there's certain people still alive, you can figure it out. At a certain point in time, you can't, right? I agree.
So, Dave, there's ways to do it that are very high-tech, involving fast Fourier transforms and a process called convolution DSP, where you would take an impulse, you would make an impulse response with the audio file, turn it into a bunch of numbers and crap, and I guess try to find the cleanest saxophone waveform that you could. You'll never be able to do it perfectly, but you get real close like that and compare them, and then make some type of DSP algorithm to make the difference.
Never mind all that crap. I want you to bring back Lenny Bruce and John Lennon, and I want to see them on CNN.
What? What are you talking about, Dave?
Well, if you're going to bring anything back from way back then, this stuff is nothing compared. Lenny Bruce, and John Lennon. What are they going to have to say about the current state of affairs? They got to grow up and see what's been going on for the last 40 years or 50 years, and that's what I want to see. You want to recreate something.
Well, Lenny Bruce, I don't think he could say any more than he already did. I think he would just be dismayed that it's exactly the same as when he left it, except with smartphones.
Yeah, okay, and that's fine. But with all those extra years of input, and you see how people are doing this and doing that, and there's a lot would come out of that.
I don't know. Jeez, I don't know. It's like what would Jimi Hendrix be like if he didn't die? He'd be an oldies act in Las Vegas.
No, I don't think so. Never, ever.
No, you never know. You just never know. You're probably right, but just throw it out that way, and see if it bounces.
I think Jimi Hendrix would have taken over the Lawrence Welk show, and all those really nice straight-laced people on there, and it would have been like freaking out, man. It would have been it. That would have been, and there would have been no disco if Hendrix had lived at all. No disco whatsoever.
No, I don't think so. I think rock and roll would have perhaps continued in that line longer, but I don't know. From what I understand, it doesn't matter. I don't want to talk about Hendrix. It's like, anything else. It's all screwed up. What's the difference?
Dave, did you see what Tommy TJH just wrote in the chat?
Yeah, Hendrix, Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. Well, that was a thing they wrote about that. That would have been something. It wouldn't have lasted very long, but it would have been something.
What's this?
Help!
Some rock and roll writer stated that supposedly there were talks that Emerson, Hendrix was, of course, moving on from his past, and he was looking for new stuff, and that he was supposedly in talks to hook up with Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, and they were going to call it Help Emerson, Hendrix, Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. But like I said, he would have taken over Lawrence Welk stuff.
Wait a second, you know what that spells, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know. I don't know. My head's going to explode. How did we get from Gumby to dead people? I don't know. Gumby forever.
You can't get this during the day, Bear. That's why you get on here at night.
I don't know. We get pretty far out in the outer space zone during the morning too. Ted and I, we get into some interesting stuff. Not too much discussion of Hendrix and Emerson, Lake and Palm. I don't see it. I don't see it. No, not those guys. No. They might have talked about it. I don't think that's where he wanted to go, but what do I know? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's too weird.
You ever see the Hendrix and Handel? I guess they call it an exhibit.
Well, what is this?
If you Google Hendrix and Handel, G-O-F Handel, Hendrix and Handel, read that sometime. It's very interesting. They lived in the same place, apparently. So they made an exhibit out of it. Very interesting stuff.
No, I don't understand Handel. What's the Handel? Hendrix I know. Handel I don't. What are we talking about?
George F. Handel. Ever hear of him?
No. Who is he?
Well, just another one of those guys, wig composers,
You mean the classical music Handel? That guy?
Yes, exactamundo.
His name wasn't George.
No, it wasn't?
I don't think so.
Well, like I said, you Google it and you get back to me. And then you tell me I'm a dumbass. You can do it. I can take it. You won't be the first person to say that.
Well, just tell me the upshot. I'm curious now. You got me curious. What's the upshot?
The upshot is just Google Hendrix and Handel, okay? And you'll see the exhibit. You'll see what they're doing, and you'll see what they're putting forth and what people have put into it, and it's very interesting. And it's not about it's about composing, It's about how, the thing about Hendrix was he was a composer. He wasn't just a player. He was a great player, but he also composed stuff, And that's the thing that made him better than the average bear back then. Oh, bear. Well, a different kind of bear. Anyway, the point is, he was a composer besides a player. Hendrix composition was obviously head and shoulders above the average crap, especially in the rock and roll era.
Well, I think of Hendrix as first a poet. And if you read his lyrics, they're very interesting. In fact, I had the opportunity to read handwritten paper where he worked out his lyrics, and he wrote poetry. Really wrote poetry, and I agree. His compositions are really interesting. What he thought of, or some really, really interesting stuff. So, if that has anything to do with Handel, I'll be shocked.
Well, after you do your morning coffee and all that, make a note to check it out. And you'll see, they're comparing these two guys as composers. Now, yeah, poet, well, Jim Morrison was a poet. But Hendrix was also a composer. He had the musical stuff going on, which is in addition to a wordsmith. A poet is a wordsmith. You also have someone who can hear stuff that hasn't been played yet and transform what is being heard in your brain to a mechanical method of making that sound. Certainly a great example of somebody who shined way brighter than the average jackass on planet Earth for a short period of time.
Oh yeah, not going to argue there. W2BTK. Yep. Well, I'll look at that. I'm curious. George Handel, was that his name? I can't remember. I should know that. Billy should know that. He studied music.
George Frederick Handel.
Rock and roll stuff. But yeah, all right. Well, that's cool. I'm a big Hendrix fan. Have been for a long time. I'm still kicking myself for not having gone to see him and not really having recognized at the time, at the exact moment, I should have, just how great he was. I knew he was great, but I didn't think he was going to be gone so quick. Just like Janice. I would have gone to see Janice, but I didn't think she was going to be gone so quick. Who knew? I didn't know. WB2GCR said that.
W2VW. Billy?
Oh, that's me. W2BTK. You know what's stuck in my head? The Gumby theme song. Want to hear it? I could sing it for you. I can't legally play it over the air, but I could go da 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 da. He's just a little green ball of clay. Gumby. Let's all see what Gumby can do today. He can walk into any book with his pal Pokey too. If you got a heart, then Gumby's a part of you. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Just like that.
Technically, you're not supposed to do that either, but I wouldn't consider that singing, so I guess it's legal.
You don't even have auto-tune, man. That's great. That's great.
I turned on my reverb a little bit. I don't know if you could hear it.
Yeah, I heard that. I'm waiting for the Art Clokey or whatever the guy's name is, estate to come after you now.
Oh, yeah, Art Clokey. Yeah. No, is he still around?
I don't think so.
His kids will come after me.
No, his grandchildren.
That's true.
I'm talking about something that's older than me. Almost as old as Bear.
Oh, that's right, kids. Gather around and pull up a chair, and old Uncle Bear will tell you a story about this blob of green clay that made $1 million for some guy.
Anyway, yeah, you could have gone to see Hendrix. You know exactly what time of the day Hendrix played at Woodstock, Bear?
Yes, I do, but I really didn't know it until fairly recently. I didn't understand the relationships between what happened because, A, I wasn't there. I wasn't there. Do you know where I was on the day that Woodstock was starting? Do you know where I was?
You were trying to fix an S-line.
No. Keep going. Let me put it this way. I was...
What the hell was that?
Yeah. I would have been 69. I would have been 17 years old. 17, the summer of 69. I think that's right. Either 16 and a half or 17 and a half. One of the two. You know where I was?
You were studying for your driver's license.
No, much better than that. And a lot of my friends were at Woodstock.
You were trying to get declared 4F.
No. Close. But it's better than that.
What?
Well, where would be the most ironic place to be if Woodstock was happening? Think about where my CCH is, and think about where I grew up, and then it will all become clear.
You were at a Republicans for Nixon rally?
Oh, my God. Jeez, you've lost your mind. No. I was in my grandparents' car going south on the thruway, past Woodstock. Not that it was in Woodstock, but past Woodstock. Because it was actually out in Bethel, which is nowhere near as Woodstock. But I was on the New York State Thruway going south. And the New York State Thruway going north was a single parking lot all the way from up around Kingston all the way down to New York City. It was stopped. It was 100% stopped, a parking lot, period. I was in the back of my grandparents' car going south, coming back from up this way, going down to New York City. Imagine that. I missed Woodstock by driving right past it.
Well, if you had gotten your grandparents mad enough, they could have kicked you out, and some hippie chicks could have picked you up, and you could have walked all the way there. It would have been like 15 miles, but you could have made it for, when did Hendrix perform there? What day?
Last day in the morning.
What day?
The last day in the morning.
What day was that?
I don't know, man. I wasn't there. I think it's like Sunday, man. I'm not sure.
How about Monday?
Yeah, that's what I said, man. I said Monday, man. I was there, man. You know, it's just like everything was so, like, you know, really strange, man. It's really hard to remember even now.
Yeah, if you ever look at the Warner Brothers film, which is actually what brought the backers of Woodstock out of being ruined for frickin' life. There's a good book about that, by the way. They lost everything they owned, their shirts off their back. They were totally broke by the end of that. But Warner Brothers filmed it, and the film actually turned it around and made them more than whole and solvent, and actually made a couple of bucks at the end of it all. But Hendrix didn't play till Monday morning because things were so kind of screwed up. And if you look in the film when he's playing, they show like the garbage and people walking away and stuff. That's the way. There was only 30,000 people left for that performance. There was like nobody left. That was the end of the whole thing.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was great. It was great. I mean, in fact, I was watching on YouTube the other night Santana's Soul Sacrifice and Michael Shreve on drums, and just enjoying it because it was just fantastic. It was just so good. You know what Santana said about that performance, right?
I loved that performance in the original Santana. Who said what?
What Carlos Santana said about that performance.
He said, I'm going to pay everybody who was there after all these years?
No. Was he known for not paying people?
Not necessarily, no.
Not necessarily known for it, or not necessarily didn't pay people?
No, I'm not going to say he stiffed anybody. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, but it has been said, not by you, of course.
Well, yeah, I'm sure. There's some Carlos reunions with former bandmates from way back when about that. But yes, the original lineup, you were saying?
What? At that performance, he said he had taken so much... whatever that was that people were taking at the time, that he had to wrestle with the neck because it was like a snake trying to get away from it.
What? He did pretty well for that.
Yeah, I have an experience with that. That's true, though. But you know, he really says that, and he had to struggle to get his guitar to stay for him to play it.
Did you know who was in charge of recording all that?
No, tell me.
Eddie Kramer.
Oh, okay, well, you know, he did a good job recording it. I'll give him credit for that.
Anyway, they don't make them like that anymore, you know? Kind of a shame. How are we going to get back to that? We got to, you know, we got to start the 60s all over again. You know, we got to start with all the crappy music, you know, Fabian and all that junk from the early 60s, and then wait around a couple of years for, go through a couple of Kennedys and George Carlin or two. You know, we're going to go through the cycle again so we can get some good tunage, because we don't have it now.
There's lots of good tunage. It's you just have to search deep to find it. You ever hear this guy Billy Strings?
Can't say as I have. Somebody else underneath you too.
Nah, the heck with him. You go check Billy Strings on YouTube. If you watch 2 or 3 of his random performances, I think you'll be blown away. I'm blown away. I'm really tough to impress, if I don't mind saying so myself. But he's basically a bluegrass player, but he's fantastic. He also covers a couple of Hendrix tunes. He's just really fantastic. He's the real deal. And young guy too. Now he's in his 20s, early 20s. Really great player. And there's some other really great players out there. They're just not, you know, they're not on the radio. You know, you got to search. You got to dig into some holes. There's some really good blues players out there who are not Joe Bonamassa, thank goodness.
Yep. W2 very weak here on Beechwood Mountain. And my opinion is there are a lot of great players. There's tons of great players out there, probably more than ever. There are a few pretty talented composers too. The problem is there's no audience for that anymore. Nobody seems to give a crap. I mean, you know, listen to music now, what's popular or what's selling. You know, making money in the music business is tough, to quote Mick Jagger. You can't make money doing that now, you know. But when you look at what is out, you know, it's what is it that's selling? It's this auto-tune, computer perfect stuff. No thanks.
No, I'm not going to argue with you for a second, but I can't predicate my listening to music on the fact that everything sucks, because it does. You know, whatever. You know, that's just the way it is. You know, the wheels turn, and it's going to keep turning, and there's no way to go back to the way it was. First of all, because everybody who was the way it was is my age and older, and they're all almost dead if they're not dead already. And the young people coming up, there aren't too many of them who can ride through that same thing we rode through, or I rode through, and maybe you know about it. I don't know how old you are, Dave. I think you're a little younger than I am, but it can't exist the same way. It's not possible. You know, we have smartphones now, so it's not possible. So it has to be a new thing. And also, you know, the thing that drives a lot of this is the drug of the times. You might think that's a bit odd, and anybody listening might think that's a bit odd, and I'm a bit odd, but not that odd. I've thought about this. The drugs of the times, you know. I mean, what was WW2 in the 50s? It was two things, you know, tobacco, stimulant, and speed, stimulant. And then you get into the beatnik era, which was kind of, you know, fringe, and then it gets mainstream into the early 60s, starts to get mainstream, and that's the marijuana and the other pills. I mean, and of course the psychedelics. And what do we have today? I mean, You know, and then we had the 80s, the disco period, late 70s disco period, which is, you know, that South American white stuff, and you know, and then we have the 90s and the 2000s, and what is it? What is it? What is it? What is the thing? What is the thing? Well, it ain't nothing. It isn't. It's coffee. You know, tobacco's gone for the most part. What are people? Yeah, they're smoking some dope. You know, what is it? I mean, what's driving the country? You know, that's how I look at it. Maybe I'm all looking at it wrong. WB2GCR.
You lost me when you said you didn't want an argument. Damn it! That's why I'm on the air.
Who wants an argument?
I do. I put up my antenna, my whole station. It's here to argue with people, damn it.
No, that's what AM Facebook is for.
Wait, who's arguing?
Well, right now we're not arguing. I'm hoping that will change.
I disagree with you completely.
Thank you. And that is the basis for really good discussion. You know, people who get along, oh, how do you find business? The weather was good here today, blah, blah, blah. My grid current is 2 milliamperes because I read on the internet that it should not be any more than that. Yeah, forget that crap, man. It's like, no, you don't know what you're doing. The screws on your tube socket are loose, and there's corrosion, damn it. I can hear it in your audio. That's what I want to hear about.
Oh, man, how did you know?
What if but I mean, that's like cool arguments. What if they were arguing about, like, I don't know, what type of thermal paste to put under your transistors?
You have to know about the heatsink compound. You don't have the right heatsink compound. The only one that's any good is original Dow. If you don't have original Dow heatsink compound, you don't.
There's plenty of stuff to argue. You could argue, like Tommy said in the chat, you're arguing about whether or not there's an argument.
No, that's a Monty Python bit.
What?
Monty Python, you've heard of them?
What? I watched that one time after eating a substance when I was in college, and it was weird.
What?
Wait, what?
Huh?
What?
You're stirring up my QSO. I was talking about Hendrix and drugs on the air. You couldn't do that, you know. 30 years ago, you couldn't talk about Hendrix. You couldn't talk about drugs on the air. Do you understand how far we've come? We're liberated.
Hold on, this is your QSO now? Because I was here for a while before you showed up, and then I kind of just politely, like, stepped off to the side, so I don't know.
Why, sonny, I've been operating on this band for almost 55 years. But I say, right, see, you there can't notice a young whippersnapper, it's mine, and I say it's me, I put my strap on it, you look over in the left-hand corner.
I'm really glad that my right wrist doesn't feel like there's a frickin' truck parked on it anymore.
That's excellent. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thanks. The only thing I'm missing is my first 2 fingers, the index finger and the middle finger. If you push them up, they're not as strong as they were. I was expecting a lot worse. And that's really the only side effect here so far. So I'm cool. I'm going to tap on the mic here, and you tell me if it sounds okay. How was that?
That was great. And your modulator doesn't care. That's really cool. You don't have to worry about it. Hold on, that makes me want to kind of try that. Am I getting any good, like, Oh yeah, those are good low frequency.
Yeah, that's cool, but you got to use more than one finger. You gotta hit it like that.
It's hard with the shock mount. Here, I'll go on the back of the microphone element.
Yeah, William Tell was here, man. Not bad, but it needs a little more. There's something. I don't know. All the thuds were exactly the same, and they were thuds. They need a little more action.
Yeah, but what'd you do to your hand, buddy?
All right, let me put my foot pedal on the floor. Get double hands on this.
40 years ago, and had it set, and it never fused. So now I have this arthritic growth of crap all around the bones in the wrist area, and I guess the way you deal with it is very similar to carpal tunnel. But anyway, I had some nerves resected because it's very painful all the time. But I can still choke someone. It doesn't affect my dexterity whatsoever. Well, actually, it has as of late, because it hurts like a son of a bitch. But anyway, got some nerves resected. It was a lot of fun. And I had them save them, and I was thinking of having them installed in other parts of my anatomy, but I didn't do that. W2VW.
Can you still show your fingers now? Well, it's a little unclear. Did it screw things up? That's pretty, wow, I don't know. How did that work out?
Well, I'd like to try something here real quick.
Yeah.
Who's the breaker? K2K something. Looks like you're a little bit above 3885, but I'm a little bit below 3885, so we're kind of all over the place, all running pretty vintage stuff. I'm having a little trouble with you in the modulation is a little bit down in the noise, but good signal here. Not sure how well Dave or Bayer are hearing you. This is W2BTK.
What are we doing?
Okay, I just looked it around here. Give it a try. We'll see how far.
You like that Photoshop, Philly?
Oh, that's great. That reminds me of like something you'd see on 4chan.
Yeah, you see that freaking thing that's wrapped up around my wrist? I mean, it's itchy.
Had a doctor do that?
Say again, Bear?
I say you had a doctor do that? You didn't go for the Alibaba do-it-yourself kit?
When somebody's going to pull nerves out of your wrist, you really aren't going to go for the discount cosmic debris guy. No.
You don't want to get jived by all that cosmic debris.
That's the real question.
Who are you trying to jive with that cosmic debris?
The guy who's into the microphone technique, the cosmic debris.
I'm a big fan of Yellow Snow, especially the part where he rubs it all in that guy's beady little eyes.
You know who's on Cosmic Debris is Tina Turner.
What?
Yeah. Tina Turner's on that.
What?
Yeah. Now who you jiving with that cosmic debris? That's Tina Turner.
Oh, you're talking about it.
Frank Zappa.
Frank Zappa. Oh, I've heard of him.
Now who you jiving with that cosmic debris?
What? Everybody's... I made a big mistake. So Tommy had an idea that there should be, like, you can cash in your cool points for a redemption that is basically, like, makes me key up and say what on the radio, and, like, everybody's doing it. So now I have to key up, no matter who's talking or whatever's going on, what, and say what.
Yeah, Dancing Fool, that was okay. That was alright. Especially the xylophone.
He was big into xylophone. He had a fetish about freaking xylophone, you know?
He had a fetish about virtuoso playing is what it was. So if it was on his freaking record, it was the best players. If it had to be him or somebody he hired, they were great. There was no crap.
No crap. Yep.
The best is, he like outdid Emerson, Lake and Palmer on a couple of tunes, you know. The same exact stuff, just enough bars so he wouldn't get sued, just to show them that he could play better.
What?
In life, didn't get along with people very well at all. Or anybody, for that matter.
This sounds a little distorted. Why sounding distorted?
Well, we don't know what you sound like undistorted, so I can't really give you an answer.
A little bit distorted in the audio. A little anomaly.
Are you asking about the objectionable distortion?
No, distortion.
Well, everything that doesn't sound like you in person is distortion. You've got tons of distortion. You've got compression, gain limiting, that's all distortion, and you've got audio spectral distortion. So yeah, you've got tons and tons of distortion, but it's not objectionable.
I take that as a... All right. W2BTK long thing. Leaving the airwaves at this time. Leaving for a moment. Lowering the frequency to you find just continued discussion. The verities and subtleties of Frank Zappa. You breathe beauty box.
Well, thank you for the social intercourse. It's been great. We'll speak with you next time, sir. W2 very weak here on Beechwood Mountain.
See you later, Bayer. What? Your signal went down a little bit.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I don't know if band is changing.
Your signal hasn't changed too much, Dave.
Yeah, your signal sucks. It's all the way down to 50 over.
Oh, man. I should go turn it up. I'm gonna go spin my Variac.
You got more left?
What?
Yeah, that'd be stupid. Oh, man, I gotta get me something that works like that sometime.
I know a guy.
Yeah, BDI, right?
Hello.
Oh, man. Yeah, I put a post up on QRZ. Somebody put a video of BBI up, and I said, that's not WATTS, that's WHATS. And then the guy posts, oh, I see, Mr. W2VW, that you have a Tram D201 in your avatar.
Hell yeah, you do. Those are cool radios, man. Not that I ever had one or really used one, but I know they're cool radios, and what's wrong with them? What's wrong with that, huh? Huh? Huh?
Well, my post was, yes, it's there to remind certain people that they can't ignore the past. Over.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, fat people with no skills who blow stuff up and have double standards. It's there for them.
It's about double standards. Double standards are bad. I'm looking at my... Well, okay, I'm only 0.7 of a kilohertz low here. I'm just going to live with this. Who cares? It's a... I'm too lazy to walk over the transmitter. Someday I have to fix that. I wish I had the skills.
Man, I think like we're almost 0 beat of each other. So, you know, this is where the QSO is happening. You know, this is the frequency that we're on. We're not channelized. This isn't Citizens Band Radio, you know? Like, come on. It's fine. By the way, speaking of being like dead nuts on frequency, I went ahead and I think that this device that I have, this LDMOS, the 188, that's too much. I mean, I'd have to really, really lowball that thing and like keep an eye on it. So I'm going to experiment with much, much, much smaller LDMOS. 2 of them push-pull. The MRF 300. And that, it's almost like it was made to drive Papa Smurf, you know, in terms of what it does and this and that. So that, I think that'd be much more manageable. I'm still going to rebuild the other thing and just have it kicking around, but it's just that was, and I mean, you even said it, it's the wrong device. It really is.
Well, if you have the whole entire board, the circuit, everything that's sized for it, it's a no-brainer to get another one and make it work. But if you're going to use a whole different everything, it's not the whole device to drive that, yeah. But of course you want to put it back the way it was. Anyway, that's the fun of dealing with all this crap. Safety circuitry, which is what I just went through here fixing this amp I was talking to you about. It's got all this safety crap in it, but they missed 2 things. And it only takes 2 things, and then it burns up, and it costs lots of money.
Well, see, that's the other reason why I'm going to kind of start from scratch. The new devices that I'm looking at they're $30, you know, as opposed to $200. So it's still kind of like annoying, but much better.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, listen, as long as the blue thing holds up, no matter what you do to it, that's all I care about. You can keep blowing up transistors.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing about that big brick LD Moss. I mean, that has the potential to launch that, Papa Smurf over there and just way overdrive it. And it's designed to run at that type of output. I was going to be choking everything back to, 10-20% of what it should be doing to have it in line there, and that in and of itself is kind of scary. So there's no need for that. It's the wrong part.
Logic. Yes, KK4RSV. He can check in here, by the way, if he wants any commentary on the air. On the internet, talking about ham radio, that's all very well and fine, but you can get on the air and do it. You have some creds. Other than that, you're commenting on my D201. You should tell me how really good it looks, because it's a good picture. Yes, Billy. So, I'm getting ready to check out of here. It was a lot of fun. And I never made my modulator kick up into high fan mode. So I'm really not modulating heavy enough. So I'm thinking that maybe what I got to do, Billy, is I got to put some more bottom end on here. And maybe tap on the mic a little bit. Oh man, I can't do that. It hurts. Man, I'm on no pain meds. I didn't get any pain meds. All I got, there it goes. Just from that, it's starting to pick up. I love this thing. Hello. There goes the fan. There it is. I've succeeded. Thanks for putting up with me.
I didn't catch that. Dave, all right, man. This has been a lot of fun. I love it when you get on the air. I always have fun talking to you. Now you make me want to experiment with low frequencies. I have a 4 to 5 dB cut at 90 hertz here that I'm gonna remove right now and try. How'd that sound?
It sounded like it's there, but it needs at least another 10 to 13 dB audio dB more.
Oh, geez. Well, I could do that, but I'd have to bend down and mess with stuff and then put it back when I'm done, and screw that.
You know what you need is a ribbon mic just for tapping on. Anyway, had fun talking with you, and thanks for all the people out there posting their comments. And I really love to look at that K60 video when I get a chance. 1939. I like to see how I'm coming through on that 1939 receiver up there in Rutherford, New Hampshire, where all the trees fell down. You guys are lucky to have any power. Good night, folks. And 73 y good DX, and the ham radio is still fun in 2020. The rest of 2020 kind of really sucks. So don't forget to vote for Kanye West, even if you can't spell it. That's who I'm voting for. Because I believe in truth. Good night. W2 very weak. Be listening out. Good night, Dave. K2QOD.
Oh, I heard that time, K2QOD. Cool, Dave. All right. Well, I hope that, I know your wrist is feeling better, but I hope everything heals up right and you get your finger strength back. That's the important stuff. And, yeah, fun times on ham radio. I'm going to probably pack it up, pack it in as well. I don't want to sleep in too late. I'm going to head up to Mom and Dad's tomorrow and see what the heck they're doing. It'll be pretty cool. And I'm gonna bring home my. I got a chunk of metal out there waiting for me. I'm gonna bring that thing home and check it out, and we'll have to talk about that. Yeah, man. Big Blue's happy. I do have a little bit more on the Variac there, just so y'all know, and it's great. So yeah, ham radio is fun. Ham radio can be fun. That's the point. So the W2BTK, and I'm going to clear off of the airwaves here and go hang out with my chat here on Twitch TV, who've been watching the entire live stream of this QSO. And we'll see you later. Oh, man. Well, that turned into fun times. Start off a little slow, but we went 0 to 100 real fucking quick. Like Drake says. Drizzy Drake. Jesus. Yeah, Tommy, that video is private. I can't view it. But if anyone can find the setting, I know it's you. Oh, look, let's reload. Oh, there you go. It loaded up, but an error occurred, probably due to my DNS sinkholing. Usually when I reload, it works. Let's see. Tap to unmute. Oh, yeah, Dave's coming in real nice. I'm going to have to forward this to my computer and watch it there. Oh, yeah, well, when the video is not completely processed, they get a little weird about it. Like, it's hard to... It probably wasn't processed all the way, so it wasn't public yet. There's plenty of audio on the video. What the hell is that? A little HT? We're coming in on that thing, too? That's... Can you post a link in the chat? So I mean... Oh. I got you. You post a link in the chat, I can put it up on the Jumbotron. Hurts? Yeah, hurts. Oh my God. Oh, there it is. Nice. How do I... Desktop audio. Get this damn thing to load up. Where the hell is my... I don't have Chrome... Oh, I do have Chrome browser. Oh, you don't have audio.
There was a slightly delayed ghost.
Yeah, hell yeah, we're coming pretty well.
Ghost, even on the local RF pickoff monitor, there was a tiny ghost there. Like,
there it is.
What's going on here? You had a phase delay something. I think it's a bright trace.
Let's see, 3 minutes.
Like that.
Oh, you're running Windows 3.1, Dave? Man, I miss Windows 3.1, man.
And it got a little bit worse on that day for some reason. And it prompted me to start poking around and I found it.
Fonzie that thing, man. Yo, I have an 8088 right over. Oh my God. Check this out. Talking about 8088s in my chat. Look at that. Where's the BTK? I want to hear the BTK.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
I can see how they'd get a little stupid.
I don't talk enough.
All that phasing stuff is like, I don't know. They put up those like, you know, like antennas that use phasing lines and stuff.
Nice, man.
Yeah, and tuning it. But when you get it working, I mean, that's the, you know, the TV.
It's good to hear myself in lots of different receivers because I'm starting to think maybe I do have a little bit too much low mid in my audio, but I'm not going to change anything yet.
You need filtering that's ridiculously.
You got some couplage. Yeah, I'm not going to change my audio too much, but it is very present down there. You got knob and tube in your house? I mean, as long as you never touch it, like don't even look at it or breathe on it, like it'll be fine, but that's still a little bit, I don't know. They make this stuff called Romex. You could just abandon the knob and tube and pull some of that crap through. Yeah, good call.
No other campaign has been powered
look,
by
Tommy.
the people,
Look
the
who it
silent
is.
heroes of America, like ours. That's
Wow, that's
ever,
a cool.
It's
Look at
never
that ad. It
happened
came up
before
here on my
to
Twitch.
this extent.
Oh. Yeah, if you could bypass any of it and use Romex, you'd be better off. But it honestly, like, it'd probably never be a problem if you don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't disturb it. Don't do anything. And the worst part about knob and tube is because it was all like one circuit, you know? There weren't like multiple branch circuits. It was just a circuit. So it's very easy to overload that crap. But it sounds like you pulled a bunch of crap off of it. That's the big thing. As long as it doesn't ever run hot with all your modern appliances, you should be okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, well, see what I mean? The entire upstairs and downstairs. That was the bad thing. I mean, you know, they didn't have anything that drew a lot of current back then, so they just ran a circuit around the house. But yeah, you don't want fire. No fire. Oh gosh, Tommy had to watch a Trump commercial in my chat and he's still here. Hi, boo-boo. Wow. Can you hear boo-boo in the background? She's saying, wow. What? What? Tell me more, boo-boo. Where'd you go? Hey, baby. What? You want some lovin'? What is it? What is it, sweet thing? What? Oh, yeah. Dude, Nick got screwed over. The guy, like, whoever the VE was you're supposed to test with. Oh, I got some treats right here. Whoever he's supposed to test with was like, yeah, the test's on Sunday. And then he called him today and was like, all right, like, let's make sure I got all the right info, like what time tomorrow and everything. And he's like, oh, yeah, no, sorry, it's today. Like, you missed it. Wouldn't you be pissed off as hell? Hey, baby. She's on the floor down there. I give her a treat. See if she'll want it. Uh-oh. Tommy probably knows him. Hey, boo-boo. Have a treaty. Yeah? What? You're so pretty. Oh. She didn't want the treat. That's okay. Huh. Yeah, Tommy could probably test you. Tommy, what can you do for Nick? Like, he really wants to test, but he got screwed over. Oh. So he just messed up the day. Nick's out here by me, but on the Pennsylvania side. I think he's like somewhere near Allentown. Am I right? Yeah, in Allentown. So, but you're mobile, right, Nick? You could get down to where Tommy's at. I don't think Nick's old enough to have beer. If you have to bring them beer, Nick, I'll give them the beer for you. You want to call in? Summer State of Mind. I never seen you in here. Are you call in from where? Are you on the radio? You can try on 3885. We're at the 3885 kilohertz AM here. I'm still tuned up. Well, let's switch on back. Well, let's see if we can hear him. Let's see. We're all tuned up here. Not seeing anything yet, but got the Boston Buzzy in there. Tighten up some of the bandwidth here. Probably, yeah, like 10 or 12, probably more like 12, but I had the sidebands pulled in a little bit, so less than that. could probably do that with the vector signal generator. I mean, I could do independent sideband AM. Hey, see you later, Dave. Well, I'm listening on 3885 if Summer State of Mind keys up there. I'm watching the pan adapter. So if I hear you, I'll flip back over to the pan adapter view, but I'm not going to stream a bunch of static noise right now. I see some kind of carrier above 3885. Oh, well, okay. Well, I guess I kind of am a radio show, but not that kind of radio show. I mean, people can, like, if I have the Discord, I can rebroadcast the audio from the Discord, but we'll wait and see. I mean, I guess that's for people who have been in here a while, who I know aren't gonna get on and do something that's TOS, get me in trouble. But I guess, here, I fire up the Discord right now, actually. Discord. Oh, dude, I've had the Discord for a while. What the hell is the link? How do I get the damn link? I don't even know. Where's my Discord link at? Invite people. There it is. Here, Tommy. Tommy, if you give me a TOS violation, I'll be pissed. But I have Discord open right now. My desktop audio is wide open, so if anyone wants to hop in Discord, I guess I should make a voice channel where I can, like, screen who comes in. But right now it's wide open because you guys are all pretty cool. So if you want to be on the stream for a minute. Yeah, I got to set up that Twitch bot crap. But yeah, like I said, I have the voice chat open now, and that'll rebroadcast right onto the stream here if anyone wants to hop in and say hi or chat like that. Otherwise, I'm gonna call it quits in a few minutes here. I looked into that Twitch bot, and it's like I was about to start setting it up, and it was like just a lot to do. I never did it. Hey, there's Tommy in the Discord. Do. Oh, there he is in the voice chat. Yeah,
Fuck.
We hear. Oh, it's gonna get all echoey though. I gotta put on, like, headphones or something. Or set up push to talk on the Twitch stream.
Nah, I ain't gonna fuck with this too much. Plus, I can't hear you through this, which is annoying because then I have like a 10-second delay between you and the.
Oh, well, I could fix that by just broadcasting into both at the same time.
True.
I just got to remember to step on the Discord foot pedal.
Hold on, wait. I've always wanted to do this. Coronavirus.
Ooh, I gotta turn that level down. I think you just spiked the system. Yeah, my mic is picking you up, and you're coming in over. Hopefully, it's not too bad.
You got reverb on this channel?
No, because my mic is picking you up also. I could go into settings here.
Guess what, bitch?
He's just a little green ball of clay. Mbox mic. Here we go. Unmute. Is that... I could just do it... I'll just do it manually, I guess. It's a lot of... I gotta set all this crap up. I mean, I don't have it set up.
Lovely.
Nice. We got 2 Tommies and a Nick in the voice chat. Yeah, I have to remember to hit the button there. Nice. Very nice. I mean, if I really wanted to screw around and like get this really going, we could do... I could have your webcams overlaid here on the Twitch stream also. We could do like a podcast some night. I've been thinking about getting that going for a while, but I'd have to set a whole bunch of crap up off stream to make that work. Like I barely have this going right now. I'm pretty sure there's like delay and reverb and crap. There's just a little work to be done.
Hey, I'm down for that. Only if you could do me a favor and pipe my audio through your transmitter. That'd be fun.
Well, you're a licensed ham, and I know you won't do anything to get me in too much trouble, but that's a slippery slope to go down, you know. Crap, was I not in the Discord? See, this is not set up right.
I still got what you said. I was just, you're a little delayed.
Yeah,
Quite frankly, I don't know if it's the wine and Baileys and Scotch, or if it's the delay anymore. So.
Yeah, that's true. You're having fun, but this is cool. I gotta get this going for real, man.
It sounds okay. I'm in a bunch of Discords, but I don't think I've ever used the audio function. Which I know is its primary function, but like I have stupid Discords for work and Rutgers students and my old game that I used to play. But I have a voice. I have a face for radio and I have a voice for silent movies. So I tend to not get on.
Oh, come on, man! You can't be doing that bad. You got you're married and having kids and stuff. It can't be that bad. I mean, look at me. I live with a cat.
Well, my wallet's fat. That's it. That's all women want.
Oh yeah, you making those big bucks, bringing home that hot dog money.
My wife almost makes twice as much as me, so if I could be a stay-at-home dad, I would take that any day. If there's any silver lining to this coronavirus bullshit, it's that I'm going to be home for the first 6 months of my kid's life, probably more, who the hell knows. So I keep saying my kid's going to be psyched when he finds out that there's an outside. He's going to be like, hey, what room is this? And be like, oh, it's outdoors.
Man, that's magic. I got to get the push to talk set up in OBS, and I thought I did it, but I didn't do it. And that would solve all my problems right here.
How's this kid got a moderator? What's that mean? Is he going to kick? And Tommy, we heard you for a moment there.
Oh, no, Nick's a good moderator. He's just there just in case things get out of control. People come in, troll the chat with stuff that is TOS. That's it. I mean, I don't care about anything else. You could come in here and say whatever the hell you want, as long as it's, you know, within the terms of service of Twitch. But that's all. He'll probably not have much to do as a moderator in this channel, honestly. And then, you know, I gave Giant permissions also because he's literally here all the time. And, you know, it's good to have somebody who's on all the streams as a moderator, you know?
Oh, what the hell does that mean? Gifted tier 1 sub.
Oh, sweet. Who did that? Who did? Oh, nice.
That was... I did. Nick.
Nice. Thanks, Nick. So, yeah, he gifted you a subscription to the channel. So now you're a subscriber. There's like, you'll never see an ad anymore. And you get to use all the funny BTK emotes now.
My cat's meowing. Shut up, you. Nobody likes you. You're adopted. Go away. Cool. I don't think I ever saw an ad, but I use uBlock.
Yeah, no, Twitch rolls ads on everybody, but like if you subscribe to a channel, they all go away. And they give me the stupid option to roll ads on my stream, which I never do. I hate those things, man.
Well, thank you, Nick. What is your nickname there? Or is that a locomotive?
Indeed it is. My day job is actually working on a railroad, so that's where that came from.
Oh, that's cool. In New Jersey?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, Pennsylvania. Okay. What lines do you work on?
I'm actually a mechanic, so I spend my day wrenching on greasy crap.
Okay. I know a good amount of people on the New Jersey Transit line, and then there's what the hell is it? It's 3 letters. It has an X in it, but they're a freight company. I forget what they are, but I know a few people that work for those lines. Hey, boo boo.
Boo Boo's very talkative tonight. Maybe she wants to. I don't know. She's like, hey, you gotta pay attention to me.
I'm taking 10 points away from Dave's W2VW's boomer cred. He didn't remember that the Ranger's name in Jellystone was Ranger Smith, so he has minus boomer points. Shame on him.
Yeah, well, I didn't remember that either. I didn't remember either.
Yeah, Nick, you're right.
Yeah, the fun thing about this is, like, I'm not on the air anymore, so I can say fuck, shit, cunt, bitch ass, shibbity doo wop, Christopher Reeve, anything.
Christopher Reeve, what?
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 You never heard that Eminem song? Man, Well, this is a fun experiment anyway. I think I'm gonna shut the stream because I
Sorry, I
gotta.
was pouring myself a new dram.
Oh, nice, man. I think I'm gonna shut the stream off. I'll get this working better, and then we can do ham radio podcast streams with you guys when it's dead on the air or whatever, and that'll be fun. But yeah, I'm gonna shut the stream. I'm gonna stay in Discord though, and we can all party on. So here, I'll post the link one more time in case anyone else wants to come in. But
then we can violate the TOS.
Oh, you can violate the TOS in Discord as much as you want, but that's another reason I'm going to shut the stream so we can just freely go about our business here. And so anyway, everybody, thanks everybody who tuned in, watching. We had fun QSO tonight on 80 meters, and I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to shoot up to my parents' house, but next Thursday, we'll I forgot to mute that. Yeah, so I got to get the bugs worked out with all this crap. And yeah, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Lots of fun. I'm just going to see if Steve happens or anybody. He's my original moderator, man. See if he's streaming. If not, yeah, I'm just going to shut this down because I don't really feel like screwing with it. Peace out, everybody. Tommy just got me a copyright strike probably, so that's awesome. I don't think it was enough of it, and it might not be good enough for fidelity for them to pick it up, but hopefully we'll see. Thanks, Tommy. See you later, guys.